Good morning, legends. Good morning. How is everyone doing today? Today we have Fed Chair Warsh's Jackson Hole speech. A big one. And this will likely tell us where the market could be headed next, because we usually get some very, very strong reactions from this kind of event afterwards. Let's discuss what we just did, because I did something pretty interesting, guys. Time-lapse king, when 10K. My man, I've never called for 10K. I'm surprised you're tuning in. So, late last night, we attempted another short in the community, an SFP short. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see if we get another sweep of the highs. So this is how my chart is currently looking, legends. Late last night, we were looking for a sweep of the highs, and we entered literally right at the highs. We got that sweep. We grabbed some upside liquidity. It was late in the evening, and we've been getting these spikes. So here it is. Obviously, I'm hoping that I can just hold this trade, but my position is protected. And I mean, I understand it's not everyone's cup of tea to enter shorts in a market like this, and also to enter SFP shorts, because if there's one thing that is for sure, I have been a huge advocate of swing trading because it is less stressful. But when you have these kinds of market conditions, oftentimes it pays dividends to look for entries in this way. Swing trading is much more chill, and you can just stick with the trend. But if you can get entries like this, I guess the question is, why not? Normally, I'm not glued to the screen, but it's been a very, very eventful past couple of weeks, and so here we are. Let's say hi to all of the legends. You could probably hear in my voice that I'm exhausted because I stayed up for this price action. I was going to go to sleep, and then as soon as Bitcoin had a strong move to the upside here above this wick, I was extremely interested in a new short. I talked about the 3 drives pattern, which could still play out, guys, by the way. Basically, volume is dropping on this rally, and there's a chance we come back down and bounce right back up. But it was worth the attempt. It was worth the attempt. So here we are. The bulls want to hold on to the downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time high again. You know the drill. Time-lapse 3D, I'm trolling. Yeah, all good, man. All good. Rude Crypto Boy says, great entry. I caught it at 4 a.m. UK time. Guys, if you're, I have some people in my group. I have some people in my group that are absolute degens, but I also have some people in my group that are seasoned business owners, seasoned swing traders. And if you're someone that doesn't have time to check the charts, again, don't stress about moves like this. But because I had time, well, I had a feeling we would sweep the highs, so I really, really wanted to get a new entry on a new Bitcoin short. And now, obviously, I'm happy. I've already realized some profits, so I have approximately that much room, wiggle room, so I may actually move my stop a little bit higher even, just so I can remain in this trade if we are to get a bounce. But let's see, guys. Kid Crypto King says, are you autistic? No, I'm not. Yo, big dog, happy Friday. So right now my chart looks like this, guys. We took, and guys, I'm not gonna act, again, if you're watching from the community, you know that I'm still holding part of my other Bitcoin short at a loss currently, and I'm preparing to potentially close it. But I'm not gonna act like I get every single move. I've actually taken some losses recently. But this is, I mean, if this is to play out, you can see the long, you can see the short. I've already taken most of the profits from the long. And you know where to find me if you want to see how I've been trading this market, guys. Sesh Monkey. Wow, Matt, a profitable trade is this real or AI generated? Sesh Monkey, I think you're probably in the community, right? So yeah, guys, I've been, let's keep it real, let's keep it honest. I've been milking profits from my Bitcoin short for the entire bear market. I've been making profits on short trades, but I've also incurred a couple of losses recently on this change of trend. Now, I've been very vocal about the fact that I'm okay to take some losses here at a potential range high. I think people get frustrated to take losses. I understand. I don't like losing either. But until the trend really changes, I'm not going to be looking for longs yet. I know it sounds insane, but we need to see Bitcoin reclaim the pivot high. We need to see it happen. Maybe you guys think I'm being stubborn. Maybe you would prefer if I was a bull posting influencer, but I also don't want to be, I think ever since he got glasses, he has been AI. But guys, I am basically just waiting to see what the market gives me now. If the trend is confirmed changed, then I'm happy to pivot. I don't like being bearish. I don't like being called a perma bear. I promise I am not a perma bear. But again, you guys know my logic here. When Bitcoin is at the potential top of an existing range, I can't help it as a trader to look for shorts, guys. So as long as you have proper risk management, like there is, maybe we don't come all the way back down, but it would not surprise me if we get a retest at the middle point of the range, which is around the bull market support band. So either way, I have to stick with my thesis. I have to stick with how I've been trading this market. I'm trying to be consistent with what I say and what I do. And now we see, guys, the stock market opens in, what is it, 50 minutes from now, right? So I'm going to hold on to this short. It's a decently big short. I've already secured profits on this one because it could just be an SFP where we reject and then we pop right back up. But I am open to trying to enter a new short. I'm being vocal about this. If we sweep the highs again, I'm open to entering a new potential short. But right now, very, very, very happy with the execution here. I have a long from the lows, I have a short from the highs. My other short is in unrealized profits is still down over 100K. The realized is 400, but it's okay. Let's see. Let's say hi to the community. Let me just pull this up. What's up, Matt? Let's dump Andy Beauclair. My man. My man. Salvador Perez, 45 minutes from now. Yes, sir. Saw a tweet saying triple bearish divergence. So Purchase Media, I'm not sure if you're still taking a look at the community, but like we talked about this pattern. I actually discussed this in the community, guys. This is called the 3 drives sell pattern. And this is starting to look like what we're getting with Bitcoin. You know, we have some bearish divergence. You slightly make higher highs. You can tap into it multiple times, right? But ultimately, you'd be looking at something like this where it could actually break down. And I talked about this yesterday in the community last night. I said, guys, we have the Jackson Hole event. I think that we could be looking at something like this. Let's take a channel here. Sorry, I keep on saying I'm going to say hi to you, but I think I'm pretty locked in at the moment. One moment, guys. So one could argue like this. You know, maybe you go like this. And if it's like this, guys, we still have some more upside. But it can always reject sooner. You see the volume is decreasing as well. We saw that spot was distributing at these highs. So we had a lot of spot sellers. This move up here, this little squeeze higher, looks like it could be perps driven, which is not what you want to see if you're bullish on Bitcoin at the range highs. If you're really, really bullish, guys, you would like to see Bitcoin basically confirm above these highs at $83,000. And you would also like to see us confirm above the 50-week simple moving average, which typically marks bear markets, that the bear market is over. Doesn't mean you don't get pullbacks. Again, I will repeat that. But right here, this red line, you want to see strong acceptance above this level. So that is my invalidation, legends. That is my invalidation. Let's see. Stock market opens in 45. I think we have a very big day ahead of us. How are you liking your Ethereum trade? Honestly, not that much, guys. My Ethereum trade I've just held, I have my invalidation. But my entry, guys, my entry on the Ethereum trade was right approximately here. So we had the move down and then we came right back up and now we're like in the middle zone. So guys, if I take a loss on that trade, I take a loss on that trade. That's just what it is, right? I'm happy. Again, the reason why you guys don't see me necessarily stressing in this market is because I'm always happy with the risk that I've taken. That's it. If you're comfortable with the risk that you're taking, then you shouldn't be stressed. Yeah, last year's Jackson Hole event was very bullish. We saw Ethereum rip like crazy. Let's see. Hey bro, looking handsome today with the gold chain on the neck. Thank you. I always wear this. Apologies for the messy hair day. Yeah, guys, it's been a long one. Didn't get much sleep last night, but happy I got to enter that trade. And now I'm just gonna wait and see what the market gives me. Purchase Media says, we are all going to make so much money in the bull market with CBM. I can already tell proper risk management will eventually become a habit and we will all become millionaires, if not already. There's nothing more that I would want than for all of you guys to become millionaires. The reason why I keep my community in the way that it is, guys, is because there's something that you need to understand. For you to win, unfortunately, others in the market end up losing. You know, for every long position, there's a short. For every short position, there's a long. That's how markets balance themselves out. So I share what I do in the market. I incur some losses along the way, Over the long term, I am net profitable. I think I've proven myself. But the point is, if we are really going to see a change of trend, we're going to have a very, very nice next few years, right? All right. Let's pull up the chat. We have two, here's the thing, Semi. We have two conflicting things. You know, we have the treasury buyback endeavors that Besant is looking to launch. But there's also, you know, Fed Chair Warsh has been a little bit more hawkish. So I wonder, that's why, see my thumbnail, treasury buybacks? I wonder if this will be addressed, because that would give us some insight as to what could happen next in the market. I really do think that it's going to be an interesting event. It says it's at 10 a.m. I just want to make sure, guys, that we don't miss it. Can any one of you legends tell me where it will be streaming, so we don't have to go and take a look? So we don't have to waste anyone's time. Where will it be streaming? Zero G, you make me laugh with some of your comments. Bro, this is very weird. You either play goofy mucus or really nice like this one playing right now. Okay, so 0G. And I haven't looked into it. If you guys are suggesting other platforms, I took a screenshot and I've just been so busy I haven't looked into it. But I have two main tracks. I have one which is a YouTube track, basically a non-copyright playlist on YouTube, which is what you hear right now, which a lot of you guys seem to like. And then I have a track that I put up on Epidemic Sounds. Now, the Epidemic Sound one has mixed feedback. Some of you guys are like, oh, great music. Some of you other guys are like, nah, this is trash. But 0G never fails to talk about the music. You didn't tell us in the group of your SFP trade before updating your current position. Could you teach us how you would choose when you size with 0.5, 1%, 1.5%, 2%, 2.5%? So usually if I go 2% and higher, it's a pretty high conviction trade, right? If I go between 0 and 2%, yo bro, if I go between 0 and 2%, then I would say there's not less conviction, because it's still worth the trade in my opinion, but it basically just means that I'm risking less capital and there is a lesser level of confidence. My SFP trade is 2%. QC Porto says, I think we go higher, 85K. Let's see, QC Porto. Yeah, I went trade verse. I did go relatively heavy. For an SFP trade, I did go relatively heavy, guys. Poll idea, dovish or hawkish, Jackson Hole. Bro, what happened to your trade yesterday? Did you get liquidated? Your stop loss was above the previous high, but if you put it a little bit higher, you wouldn't have gotten wiped out. Abdullah, my man, liquidated. Guys, we need to talk about something. I try to address people as well as I possibly can, but Abdullah, that trade, the trade that we took on stream yesterday, took profits. That one got stopped out at break even. That one got stopped out at break even on the stream. Yesterday in my community, when Bitcoin pushed up to $81,300, $400, I entered around $100 away from the local top. So I entered a new short after getting stopped out at break even. If you guys want to see these trades, the trades that I take on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis when I see opportunities in the market, remember that you do have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword CBM or BTC on Telegram, you're able to join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. If you're already trading on Kraken, we can do a simple referral transfer, which basically just means you keep your existing account. You don't need to create a new account. But guys, if you want to join that community, it's not a paid membership. It's not a monthly membership like $200 a month. It's none of that. You trade with your own capital, and that's that. I use all of the exchanges that I have down below. You know, I have an account on BTCC. I have an account on Weeks, which is where I entered my short trade yesterday at $81,300. And of course I have my Bluffin account, which I talk about. You guys are probably tired of me talking about Bluffin. But, yep, morning Matsir, thank you for streaming. What's your invalidation zone? What do you think about ENA? I haven't looked at ENA at all. Let's take a look. I mean, this looks pretty typical to what we've seen for many altcoins on this rally so far. Yet last week's massive weekly candle, and then we had a little bit of a rejection. The next period in the market here is going to be absolutely pivotal. I've said it once, I'll say it again. We need continuation above the highs for literally only Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin moves higher, that is what will determine whether the rest of the crypto market can finally take off properly. If we reject from here, it won't be pretty. Bro, I wanted to short, but then I thought, what if we blow past 82K from the speech today? Well, now the burnt sneakerhead. Foz, why are you ignoring me? Show us your P&L chart. My man, I don't address questions like this. Like, why are you spamming? Sol is about to roll over hard. I haven't looked at Sol, but it had a massive, massive pump. Good morning, Metzger. Nice SFP last night. I was able to add to my existing short. Giselle, a nice one. Nice one. Who else? To me, this looks like a bull flag. Michael, it is totally possible. And this goes with your question, the burnt sneakerhead. This is why my stop loss is protected. So this trade that I took last night, guys, if I get stopped out, no stress, I get stopped out. I've already secured some profits, and I'm happy to play with this position a little bit more. If I get stopped out, there is no stress whatsoever because I will look for a re-entry. We are at the potential top of a range, right? Again, this isn't me saying, you know, bet the family farm on shorts. That not at all. And nothing that I discuss on the channel or within my community should be construed as financial advice because I am not a financial advisor. We've made this abundantly clear. You're watching a guy on the internet sharing all of his trades and his overall market analysis. And you can disagree with me, you can agree with me, that is totally up to you. But you are always in charge of your own capital. You make your own decisions in this market. Fods says I'm unprofitable. I think you can watch all of my videos and join the community if you don't believe me, but that's totally up to you, my man. I don't address these kinds of things. The proof is in the pudding, right? Hey Matt, I'm going to Jackson my hole today to this event. Okay, cheese bubbles, my man. Anyways, guys, stock market opens in approximately 30 minutes from now, right? Yeah, let's put this guy in timeout. You did not tell me the other day how to take quality trade journaling. I asked you. Nikita, I did address this, but we can go over it. We can go over it again. Man, just ignore these spammers. I feel like I still need to work on my live stream game because I tend to like when the comments come up, I tend to like read everything. But guys, as the channel gets a little bit bigger, I have to say, I'm gonna have to be very selective of what I answer. And don't take offense if I don't answer. Happy morning, Matsur. Will the market retest sub 70? That's tricky to know right now. I can't give you an answer to that. Prod pins. Pump or dump into Warsh meeting. Let's see. I think we have a lot of volatility nonetheless. Yeah, trolls do catch me in the rage bait a little bit. Thanks for the support, guys. Thanks for the support. I appreciate it. Okay, so we said it's going to be on the is it on the Federal Reserve YouTube channel? Let's see. We'll watch it together. Have you seen the Michael Saylor AI slop? Yes, I have, guys. Yes, I have. This was a concern that we also talked about. But the reason I went on my Twitter here is just because I have to say, out of all the ones, I personally liked this one. This was my favorite. Let's take 3 minutes to look at some Michael Saylor AI slop. I like this one. Bullish or bearish, you can appreciate that one. Now, if we look at some of his other ones, like, oh, this one I didn't see.
su toro de ojos láser. El mercado alcente está oficialmente de vuelta. ¡Oh, juro! El mercado alcienta oficialmente de vuelta. Bitcoin sube para siempre, señores. Bitcoin sube, señores. Bitcoin sube para siempre. Y aquí viene.
Now, the funny thing with Saylor is like he only starts posting this when the price goes up. Otherwise, he was pretty damn quiet.
Bitcoin membawa kebebasan finansial untuk semua orang. Tapi harganya naik turun dan kamu akan menghadapi banyak rintangan di perjalanan ini. Kamu harus punya jangka waktu minimal 4 tahun. Dan lebih baik pegang lebih dari 10 tahun. Tapi kalau kamu punya tekad, kamu akan mencapai kebebasan finansial dengan Bitcoin.
Okay. This one we covered on the stream. What the hell is this?
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch, go. Get up, get the guy go. Gotta wake up, bitch, get up.
And
State, you need to hear this. Gold is heavy. You cannot bring it on a plane. Bitcoin é para todo mundo. Espalhe Bitcoin com amor. I feel the need for Bitcoin. If you want to ride the rocket, you've got to be prepared to pull the G's.
all right, last one.
Bitcoin is going up forever, but 98% of people are not prepared to face this reality. That's why we create digital credit and pay dividends so people can benefit from.
He's doing his dividend bullshit. No, I don't like bringing that up on the channel. All right. Guys, this trade was taken last night in the community, $81,300. Maybe we sweep the highs, but I'm not stressed anymore. Position protected. I've secured some profits. I went in with a good amount of size on this one as well. Hey, legend, Yaz Shah, my man. Bro, what is this? It's almost at par. Oh, very close, guys. Yasha, did we sweep again yesterday? Yes, we did. Yasha, in the community, we entered a short at 81,278. We swept. The reason I entered is because we literally, look at that, we swept the previous local high. So I was eyeing this for quite some time. So I decided to enter that one. It's one of those, guys, if you're not on the charts, very, very difficult, because the thing is, if price moves down to, let's say it already dropped $500-$600, you don't want to be chasing a move like this. But then also you look back in hindsight and you're like, oh, okay, I could have entered here, but that's not how it works. These are SFP trades. SFP means swing failure pattern, which means you push up above a high, in our case a high, and you cannot get any acceptance above it. So the moment you push up, you get a sharp rejection. This liquidates a lot of people that doesn't liquidate. It stops out a lot of people and or liquidates. So you want to get that kind of reaction. And legends, if you want to see how I've been trading the market, remember you do have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. And if you're already trading on Kraken, well, you can join the community without creating a new account. Same thing with BTCC. The other exchanges do require you to make a new account. It would be legendary if that was the local top before we crash. Oh man, I mean, if that was the local top, guys, it would be legendary not only because of that, but because of this. I shared this chart this morning. Look at where we literally got the perfect lows. Again, I'm gonna be vocal about the fact that I wish I had more size on the long from the lows, but hey, we still took it. And now this could maybe be the potential top. You can see both trades here. Matt, we will push to 82.8K to test that important level. If we do hit 82.8K, no stress, I would look for a new entry. Bombachito, because I shared it in the community, guys. There's a lot of you that are in the community. I can't just pick and choose where I put my stuff on the chart. And Bombachito, I've also been very, very vocal. Legends, I have taken, over the past couple, I want to say the past month or so, I've had maybe some of my bigger and not bigger, I wouldn't say bigger, my most amount of losses in recent times, in the past month. So I have been taking losses in this market. I still maintain my positions, but I have indeed been taking losses. I'm not gonna come out on the stream and say, hey guys, I'm perfect. But I'm saying that this would be absolutely epic if it was the top. But no one knows yet. We could easily have another wick higher, I get stopped out of this position, and then I look for a new entry. Right? I'm a deuce. Where do you think you would close your long position? Guys, I've already closed so much of my long position that I probably would hold it until we lose the bull market support band. No need to prove yourself to the newbies, Matt. If they hang around long enough, they'll figure it out. Slack North, thank you very much for the comments. Maxi Marinville, I entered a short last night in the community, guys. I'll look for new opportunities. Guys, on the live stream, I've been doing my best to try to take live SFP trades, live trades in general, and I'm gonna keep on putting that effort in because I think that you guys, would really appreciate that. And so far, the support has been really good for the live trades on the stream. Even though a lot of them are very, very local, I think you guys like live trades, so I keep on doing that as well. Fierce Wall says, bearish divergence on the 4-hour RSI. Matt, you may have caught the local top. Let's see. Let's see. A survey would be interested in knowing the community's sentiment. 78K or 81K? I think we do something else. So let's look at the local price action here. Stock market opens in 15 minutes. I also would like to make a coffee before the stock market opens. Do we see volume dying off? Yes, the volume is actually dying off. If we do a I want to put numbers. Let's do 82K because that would sweep the local high. Funding rates are falling, usually bullish. Let's see. 82K. Or 77. Wait, no, we're at 79. So 76. Actually, we'll do, yeah. You know what? Do we get new highs here? Do we get new highs? Alex Smith 4026 says, hi Mats here. I had an alarm for 2:30 a.m. UK time to enter that short. I hope it doesn't get swept. Thank you for your live stream. I mean, it would be absolutely incredible if it didn't get swept. Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. Guys, this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of people don't want to trade like that. And actually, legends, over the course of, let's say, the past few months, I wasn't entering these kinds of trades really. but because it's such an important level, it made sense from a risk to reward perspective to attempt that trade. I know guys at Mindpillar as well, Andy and DevVault. These guys are legends, but they recently entered this short, right? Where we swept the previous local high. So some of you are saying it's impossible to catch the top. It's not the case. If you really want to be precise with it, you can be. It just takes, setting an alarm, and you are, how do I say this? You are putting yourself under more stress to try to catch these moves. Definitely. It's not the chill swing trading that I've been discussing. Normally, on most days, I am a swing trader. Most days, I don't take a new trade in the markets. But when I see a sweep of such a significant high right before a potential rejection point near the local top of a range, potential local top, it totally makes sense to look for a short, which is what we did last night in the community. Good day, my friend. You've been watching too many live streams with Matt when what banger comes on next. Yeah, ETH is looking quite strong. ETH is holding up. Guys, in my opinion, unless funding rates are extremely negative or extremely positive, they are largely irrelevant. Fierce Wall, is it possible to share your playlist? Sure thing. Don't you think many alts are holding well despite Bitcoin dumping? Yes, I do. I genuinely do. Legends, if you want to sign up to Weeks as well, it gives you access to the community. They have a solid platform that I've been using for a while now as well. You do get those VIP perks, Bluffin is my go-to, and we also have the option for Kraken, BTCC, and 2-bit. Hey, you know what's interesting? Funny how the previous FOMCs with Jerome Powell had way more views. Huh. Thanks, Matt, for your great alpha. I really learned a lot, especially around risk management. Do not feel obliged to make more scalp trades. How is stablecoin's dominance looking? Let's take a look. So today, stablecoin dominance. I would say we're trying to hold above this zone over here. Like if you really zoom out, guys, this chart is still pretty bullish. If we continue to hold above here, then maybe we bounce right back up. But this would coincide with the local top being in. Otherwise, if crypto wants to keep on rallying, this can come all the way down to 8.5%, right? So I'd keep my eyes on this as well. Just locally chopping. Mind turning the music down a bit more, bro? Sure, no worries. Warsh has to come out hawkish today. They won't be raising rates anytime soon, but he needs to make it look that way. They need to crash the markets to give them a reason to cut rates. Let's see. Guys, I would be... I wonder where all the haters would go if we managed to catch the local top. What do you think about Sol? Solana had a really nice move recently. ETH is holding super well. So I turned the music down just a little bit. I mean, guys, I have to say, I know that alts in general are holding pretty well, but it's the same exact thing across the board. Now, some of you might say, what do you mean same exact thing? See this red line? We have the 50-week simple moving average. I find that moving averages can add a lot of confluence to your analysis. And guys, Bitcoin has already tapped into its 50-week simple moving average, right? Check it out. So while Bitcoin has already made it there, altcoins have yet to make it there. So locally, you could say, yeah, maybe alts are outperforming on the dailies and stuff like that. But most alts, look, most alts have not quite made it there. So I think altcoins, while they are holding relatively well here, you want to see if Bitcoin can get the continuation, because if Bitcoin does confirm above its 50-week simple moving average and above the previous local high, although some alts like Ethereum have surpassed their previous local high, well, that would suggest that alts can see continuation. Otherwise, they're kind of just stalling out here. Mikal says, stock market opens in 10 seconds, guys. Frank DeVrier, and I forgot to chart that out. Okay, the stock market is open, legends. Frank DeVrier, I forgot to chart that out, but Frank, I don't know if you're in the community, you'll be happy to know that we took a short at $81,300 at the potential local top here, but let's see. Maybe we're just ranging around. Maybe I get stopped out, but guys, I am ready to attempt it again if I need to. So I didn't draw the trend line, but we were all looking at the same level. Mikal, do you think there's a potential for one more pump before the dump? Maybe we tap into $82,500, then we dump. Yeah, I mean, if Bitcoin wants to hold up here, it can. It can, guys. It starts looking a little bit shaky if we start losing this channel. We got the sweep of the highs, and now if we get acceptance below the downtrending anchored VWAP again, there's a chance that we simply move lower down to this pivot. And then we assess, because guys, from a trader's mindset, like this is going to be a zone, right? This is a zone on the lower time frames where I look for scalp longs. Doesn't mean I have to take it, but if price reacts well to this zone, then it's something that interests me. My stop loss is effectively at break even, guys. So I cannot lose any capital on that trade. It was an SFP trade. It was an SFP short trade that I took in the community late last night. I was exhausted, but I saw it as a good opportunity, so I took it. If you want to join the community and see how I've been doing it, remember, it's not a paid membership. You're not paying a monthly fee to join. You're trading with your own capital here. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join, and I'd be happy to add you in the community. Stablecoin dominance holding up a little bit here. And Legends, there's no sense in... Nikita says, the more I watch Matt, the more the market seems complicated. Well, that makes me really sad, Nikita, because I take pride in trying to simplify things for you guys. So when you say this, that genuinely makes me sad. I feel like I was simplifying things, but clearly not, right? How come ETH isn't dropping? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But don't take my word for it about the community. We have Heki Moose here, 1978. Hi Matsir, I'm in your group for almost a year now. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. I hope you've been enjoying the community. And I am really looking forward to sharing with you guys how I'm going to operate if the market really does pivot into a raging bull. I cannot wait to look for only longs. But for now, because we are at the top of a potential existing range, I can't help but look for shorts. Bro, if Sol holds, is there a chance for it to go to 110 again? If it holds, there's a chance for anything, my man. It's all going to be based on... Right now, at this point in the market, yes, of course, there might be a couple of altcoins that you can name off the top of your head that have continued to outperform, like Hype. And I took a loss on a Hype short yesterday, actually. But Bitcoin will determine where the market is headed. So if Bitcoin drops from here, the answer to your question is no. If Bitcoin wants to move up from here, the answer to your question is yes. Learning a lot from you, mate. Keep it up. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate you. All right. So you guys said the Fed YouTube channel is where we can find the Jackson Hole event. I don't see anything yet. I love what you're teaching us every day, Matt. Keep it up. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Giselle, whether we roll over and bear market continues or the bull market has just started, very, very exciting times. I agree. Yasha, honestly learnt a lot from Matt. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. Warsh has to stop yields to pop out more bailout for buying bonds, but this will be the first time where the US will buy more bonds. Market will wait for yields to come down, but it will still go up. Streams have been amazing. Awesome, man. Good morning from Costa Rica, Jean Rock Fitness. Me back, check the dollar daily once again. It's about to cross over and rip. I don't think it will be on the Fed's channel. ETH is holding well. It's really based on Bitcoin. Honestly, guys, the dollar. So the dollar, I would imagine. Where is it? Thought we had it here before. Yeah, it does look pretty bullish. I've talked about this for a long time, but with something like the dollar, it takes so long for these things to play out, guys. Like, it takes so long, but you can see that the dollar is actually a great view of what actually happened to stablecoin dominance. Check it out, guys. A push, rejection, a push, rejection, a push, rejection. A push, rejection. Slightly higher high. We have the low, higher low, potential higher low, higher high. Looks like it wants to break through this trend line, but again, this can take literally months to play out. Then If you take a look at the stablecoin dominance, which we like to cover for the sake of crypto, look at this chart, guys. Does this not look similar to you? Check it out. Check this out. Stablecoin dominance. Rejected from a high, rejected from a high, rejected from a high. Trying to just break through that barrier. Rejected, oh, we get a little bit of acceptance, we get a pullback back into the zone, and then we're off. And now we have to see what happens. There's a chance that we just consolidate here. But this was, we talked about this was looking like one of the most bullish charts on crypto. It looked like it really wanted to take off, and naturally when this takes off, it is not good for crypto. So the dollar looks like something that is preparing to do what stablecoin dominance did. Looks very, very similar in my eyes. I don't know if you think I'm reading this incorrectly, but it looks pretty damn similar. Do you guys agree? Do you guys disagree? This takes a very long time to play out, though. The dollar takes longer than, stablecoin dominance. Hello from Avignon in France. I think you're spot on with that one, Matt. Thank you, Metal Helion Zombie. I joined the channel because of your... simplicity. Yeah, man, this is bearish. I agree, the dollar looks bullish. Agreed. I've been watching Andy's channel for years and Elliott wave theory still confuses me. Agreed. Okay. Anyone that disagrees, guys, I'd love to hear some other opinions. Anyone that disagrees with that analysis with the dollar and how it looks like stablecoin. Are you guys bullish here? Where are you looking for your first TP on the short? So I discussed this in the community last night when I took the short. The first TP for me is going to be around 77,600. Either I ride it to the first TP, because I've already realized profits here, right? I've already realized profits. But the first TP for me is going to be that $77,600 level, then 77, then 70, 75.5, and then I'll have more targets to come. Because if I did catch the Pico top, I want to make sure that this trade can still hold some size. QC Porto is bullish. J Kim is asking, is the bullish dollar... Believe me, Matt, the Bitcoin important level, 82.7K, will be tested and big rejection will happen there. Let's see. Guys, when Bitcoin was at $97,000 and I shorted Bitcoin publicly in my community, a lot of people were calling for 100K plus. We did not make it there. We made it to what, 98? And then we rejected. So I'm just telling you guys, there's a chance that we don't push, but let's see. As long as we can hold above some of these levels, like the 78K zone will be critical. We have a potential SFP opportunity at 78.9, which is $200 away, guys. There is a lot of local support here. If Bitcoin wants to hold support, it most definitely can. But my first TP is here. My second TP is here. And if I can manage to hold for lower, I will hold for lower. When you take profits, does it reduce your size? Yes, of course. I found out Matt when he has 2K subscribers in his streams, made by trading of holding the swing positions into a new level. All of his efforts with these live streams will help other traders as well. Sir, are you expecting another low to occur? It really depends, right? It really depends. Guys, if Bitcoin cannot confirm with strength above its 50-week simple moving average and the previous local high with weekly closes, the answer is yes. SaaS stocks are up. Usually Bitcoin pumps with them. Let's see. All right, did anyone find where we can watch this this conference, this speech? We have a lot of shorts jumping in. Let's see. Going to close. It'll be live on CNBC or Bloomberg. Oh, conference has an official channel. I guess I could do Associated Press. This is a pretty reliable channel, right? That is a terrible thumbnail, though. Who is in charge of their thumbnails? You speak like Keanu Reeves, bro. Do I? He has to hike rates now after Basun's dirty move. Fox Business offers a dedicated Fox Business live video feed. Yeah, I don't have the access to that, unfortunately. CNBC could be good. There are now a lot of hourly closes below the anchored VWAP. Looks very bearish to me. Yeah, let's see. The anchored VWAP, guys, 79,500. Do you think this speech will make or break the bull run, or are we looking at a nothing burger? I think this speech will be important, but I think that the price action is what makes or breaks the bull run. If price wants to be strong here and push up and make a new high, and we can confirm above the previous local high in May of 2026, then that would, in my opinion, be enough for me to pivot my stance. And on pullbacks, I would look for longs in the market. But for now, at the top of a potential range, as you can see here, I look for shorts in the markets. That's it. So we took the short in the community from the SFP zone. I'm holding the position for now. I've secured some profits. You can see my position on screen here, guys. Loves dog. Thanks for answering my question. No worries. Hey Matt, can you say consequences? All right, so what do we have here? Vertex. What is Vertex? I've never heard of that. This one. What? Why do they have 3 live streams going? That's a pretty epic thumbnail. Let's see. Mathieu, do you speak French? Yes, I do. French is actually my first language, guys. French is my first language. I'm not from France, I'm from Canada, but French is my first language. This is gonna be a big, big event, Legends. And I'm looking forward to covering the price action. CBM gang, yes sir. Yasha, my man. I thought I was looking at my own. I thought I was looking at my own comment section up here. Guys, spam this emoji in the chat. Spam this salute emoji in the chat. I love that emoji. Let's go, Yaz Shah. Where are you guys? Love it. Love you guys. I'm comfy in my long shorts. Yes. We have Fierce Wall as well. The Founders Hub. Love it, guys. Love it. Let's see. Supposedly 8 minutes until this speech. I don't know how long the speech is going to be. Ada Love, you asked me if I can comment on the speech as he's saying it. The only thing is, it's like I don't want to interrupt. I don't know about you guys, but when I watch these kinds of speeches, I like complete and utter silence. Like I will literally just listen to it. CBM Mafia. Thanks, Legends. You guys are great. I'm taking a screenshot of this chat. Absolutely awesome. Yes, yes. Ada Love, 30 minutes? I think it should be in 8 minutes, right? Am I tripping? UE2613, why not move your stop to break even so that when the price pumps again, you will be safe? My stop loss is at break even. I'm just not showing my stops. Look, if I scroll down here to my active position, guys, you can see position TP stop loss. It's at 81,750. I would technically lose 6K on that, but I wouldn't lose it because I've already realized profits here. So my stop loss is effectively like up here, like just above the local highs. So it is. I'm not risking any more capital. I'm being very cautious about this, particularly with the losses that I've incurred recently, because I have been taking a couple of losses, guys. We're still holding. We're still holding until proven otherwise. You know, Bitcoin is still holding here. Still holding. This is a potential SFP entry. Again, if Bitcoin wants to hold up here, it can. K-Man Zukas says, I am hard pressed to believe that's all it wrote. Even if we don't get a new low, we should go down for sure one more time. Yeah, I would tend to agree that we could still see weakness like we normally do in Q4 of this year. It doesn't have to create a brand new low. If Bitcoin, for example, breaches the highs, then we cannot just assume that it has to create a new low, because that would ultimately mark the change in trend. But I do think that we can experience lower levels for Bitcoin. I do. If you want someone that's perma-bull, moon boy mentality, this is not the channel for you guys. Check the liquidation map. There should be some shorts jumping in here. Yup. Check it out, guys. We're pretty damn even. 7-day. More shorts? Oh. This is what I'm saying. There's still more longs. Still more longs. Still more longs. 90-day. Yes, we have some liquidity above us. We shouldn't ignore it. But there is currently, if we go to the, let's do 180. There is currently 6 billion worth of cumulative short liquidation leverage, assuming Bitcoin goes all the way up to 92K, and 25 billion worth of cumulative long liquidation leverage. But one thing to note is that this is pretty spread out, and the highest cluster we have is at 62K. So, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. We're in the short, we're holding the position. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I will get stopped out with profits, and then I would literally look for a new potential setup. Took this short yesterday evening when we had that SFP from the local highs. Fox Business is live. Legend. We're tearing up this chat, but now let's see. I will keep this one open. Fox Business. Okay. Guys, Fox Business is live. There's 3,000 people watching. There's 3,000 people watching. Legends, we have a new chat to raid. We have a new chat to raid. right here, Fox Business. I'll share the link in our chat here. New chat. There you go. Yasha. Yasha is first. We have a new chat to raise. I just shared the link in here, guys. All right. We're pumping. This is a good SFP zone for a cheeky long again. So let's see. Let's put the stop loss here. No, that didn't change it. Okay. I'll adjust that while we Legends. CBM, Muhammad. Well in, Legends. Okay. Buy gold now, longs. Some of these chats are... All right. It's 10 a.m.
Welcome, Kevin Warsh.
And before I go further, I want to thank Jeff Schmidt and his team for the incredible hospitality. Everybody here is in debt to you and to your colleagues here at the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. Jeff, our thanks to you and your team. Now, he and the other planners here have some recreation options lined up for later today. I'd advise you to be very careful with your choices. As I learned years ago, you can take two different kinds of hikes on the trails around Jackson. I can sum up my hikes with former Vice Chairman Don Cohn with two words: I survived. These steely marathon death marches revealed a sign of Don that I was not ready for. But there's another kind of hike. This one was with former Chairman Ben Bernanke, another dear old colleague. With Ben, it was a much more leisurely pace. Easy stroll along the wandering trails of the Rockefeller Preserve. So before setting out today, my recommendation is do a wellness check. Ask yourself, is this a Cohn day or a Bernanke day? The best thing about this gathering is that it helps us all get out here to the mountains and clear our minds and think straight about our world and our time. For me, it feels like the right place and the right audience for real engagement with the ideas that matter most. Innovation, as Kristen mentioned, is the conference theme. And I believe the public and the markets understand that innovations in the conduct of Fed policy will help deliver price stability alongside full employment. So here's a quick overview of what I'll cover in my remarks this morning. You can call it an outline, you can call it a trail map, please just don't call it forward guidance. First, I'll touch on a few of the longer term questions we're asking at the Fed about the latest general purpose technology, AI, and where it might take the economy. Then I'll reflect a bit on the practice of forward guidance and the interaction between the central bank and financial markets. Next, I'll present some of the key principles that I believe should guide the conduct of monetary policy.
Dump it.
Finally, I'll give you my assessment of what's happening in the economy. So first, I think we should try to prepare a bit for future policy conjunctures. With the unchanging picture of the Tetons as our backdrop, We are here to survey an economic landscape that is anything but static. It wasn't so long ago, including in rooms like this, in the run-up to the crisis of 2008 and over the decade that followed, when economists and policymakers were speaking of secular stagnation, speaking of a global savings glut. It was a widely held view that an excess of capital would sit on the sidelines for a very long, long time, because there just wouldn't be enough compelling investment opportunities. All the good stuff, you'll recall, had been invented, so growth would be low and slow. Well, times sure have changed. We've come to a hinge point in history, to borrow a phrase, a framing from my former mentor, George Shultz. To cite the clearest example, progress in AI, the 80-year-old name for the newest technology, has been faster even than its evangelists predicted just a couple of years ago. The potential for substantially higher growth is on the rise. Ever-expanding pools of capital pouring into AI-related infrastructure of all sorts. A kind of super Moore's law seems to be playing out. Scaling laws, too, are changing both the method and speed of innovation. Capital and labor have combined to create large language models at the heart of AI. Users buy tokens to gain access to these models. Reports put annualized token sales for the two leading labs alone at more than $100 billion, an increase of 500% from just 12 months ago. We at the Fed, we watch all this attentively. We recognize that AI is a new variable, potentially a new factor of production that will have consequences both for the economy and for the conduct of monetary policy. It opens up some major lines of inquiry. Will the application of AI cause a significant sustained rise in productivity across the economy? If so, when? Will token usage be complementary or competitive to labor? Will the next generation of AI models demand even greater capital intensity too? Or will the models themselves help devise a capital-light solution? Among the other yet unknowns is the resulting market structure. Who gets to make the money? It's not obvious where the returns on capital will land, or on what timescale. Early on, how much of the surplus goes to owners of scarce assets, the AI labs or chip makers or energy producers or cloud providers? Over time, how much of that value accrues to businesses and consumers? And importantly, what are the implications for workers and for the employment side of the Fed's mandate? Likewise, we don't yet know the equilibrium price of the tokens that give access to these models. Might there be a heterogeneity of tokens, such that growing sums will be paid for the access to the best models, those at the frontier? Will token prices for older models fall to the level of their marginal cost? Well, we'll be thinking through these matters with the help of a task force on productivity and jobs. My early check-ins with the leaders of that task force and the rest have been very encouraging. To be clear, though, their recommendations will come later and have no bearing on decisions we make in the current policy conjuncture. But I believe that for future policy challenges, this intellectual investment today will leave us much better prepared for tomorrow. Next, let me say a word about forward guidance and its substitutes. As our task forces go about their work, as you might know, I'm not waiting to introduce innovations at the Fed to help make us fit for purpose. To highlight one example, I've set out to change the form and function of the Fed chairman's so-called forward guidance. You might know about my longtime discomfort with early pronouncements of future policy decisions. I much prefer another path, and now will make the case for it. Transparency in communications about future policy decisions is not an end unto itself. Communications must be in service to the Fed's paramount responsibility. And what is that? That's getting policy right. Forward guidance as a regular practice was adopted by my colleagues and me during the global financial crisis. It was essential at the time, and we introduced it with much fanfare. But as with other legacies of crises past, I believe the practice has outstayed its welcome. In normal times, the role of forward guidance should be limited and circumscribed. Otherwise, it risks creating ambiguity in the name of clarity. Oversharing policy deliberations and overcommitting to future decisions can lead markets, businesses, and households astray. And I believe when policymakers make quasi-commitments on interest rates throughout the cycle, we inhibit our own freedom to make the right calls when it's time to decide. To get policy right, we also need to get the relationship right between the central bank and financial markets. The Fed needs clear market signals, as unfiltered as possible, from market internals, from the level and change in asset prices across sectors, the prices and trading volumes of Treasury securities, the foreign exchange value of the dollar, the cost and availability of credit, a broad set of commodity prices. These and other indicators should inform the Fed's near-term outlook on economic activity and inflation throughout the business cycle. They should also reveal the state of broader financial conditions and the risks and uncertainties of the financial cycle. At the same time, market participants themselves should be tracking real information about the real economy. They should draw their own conclusions, form their own expectations on things like output and employment and inflation, and they too should stay sharply attuned to risks. In my view, the Fed should be humble and never naive. The Fed plays an essential role in the economy and markets. Our tools are powerful. We determine the path of short-term interest rates, and market participants will always try to anticipate what we will do next. But we should not indulge a regime in which market participants are looking primarily to the Fed for their next trade. The economic literature has long described the distorting effects, what it called the Hall of Mirrors problem. If markets rely materially on the Fed's guidance, and the Fed relies on market prices, we're more likely to be blinded to new developments, more likely to be caught unprepared, and more likely to commit errors in policymaking. Now, perversely, market participants are unlikely to bear the biggest costs of the Hall of Mirrors problem. The most serious harm is likely to befall those without any financial assets. If the Fed gets inflation wrong and judges the economy wrong, who gets the worst of it? Not the financial high flyers. Hardworking Americans are the ones left to deal with inflation that's too high, or jobs that suddenly appear less secure. So, if forward guidance is ill-suited to normal times, how about the new Fed chief commits at a meeting just like this to some explicit reaction function? Surely he could tell us his interest rate path, if, say, the data were to come in hot or cold. Well, I wish our understanding of the economy were so precise as to provide a mechanical, tried and true answer, that some simple function, like a Taylor rule, could be rigorously relied upon. But our knowledge just does not extend that far, at least not yet. And other factors most relevant to the proper conduct of monetary policy, they change over time. Providing forecasts to illustrate the Fed's reaction function works better in theory than in practice, better in the lab than in the field. I am not alone in noticing that forward guidance in 2021, to cite just one example, might well have slowed the policy response to high inflation. In my term as chairman, my colleagues and I will endeavor to construct more reliable models, more robust rules. And we'll do this knowing that accuracy in forecasting is still just an aspiration. With so much changing so fast in our geopolitics, global supply chains, technology, it's wise to be modest about what we can and cannot know as we sit here today. In the same spirit, we should receive the full range of ideas on matters that may inform the Fed's monetary policy discussions. If the aim is optimal decision-making, and it should be, we should not crowd out views on the economy. How then to chart a better path to policy? In the balance of my remarks, I will share with you some key principles that guide my thinking on the appropriate conduct of monetary policy. And then I'll offer my promised assessment of the economy. So let's turn first to principles. First, I've noticed in this line of work, yesterday's news has a way of getting mistaken for what's happening right now. The challenge is to know the difference. In other words, we must interrogate reality. Make sure we're not setting forward-looking policy based on stale or inaccurate data. Nor should we rely on isolated data points. Trends matter most. The Fed's a decision-making agency. We make choices amid uncertainty, and the data upon which we draw must be relevant, contemporaneous, accurate, and as actionable as possible. Second principle. The Fed's actions are intended to ensure that the aggregate demand side of the economy is broadly consistent with aggregate supply. However, all we observe directly is activity. We never see and can only infer what's really happening on the supply side. Hence, evaluating the current and expected balance between aggregate supply and aggregate demand is imprecise. Third principle, there should be no misunderstanding. The Fed's price stability objective of 2%, as measured by the PCE price index, is a firm, fixed target. Let me be equally clear about another aspect of this objective. Price stability is not self-executing, nor is inflation necessarily mean reverting. It's the Fed's job to deliver stable prices, no excuses. Fourth principle, the Fed also bears responsibility for maximum employment. Achieving both sides of our mandate over the medium term is not an either-or proposition. I do not believe the Fed's dual mandate works at cross purposes. After all, high inflation itself is very harmful to economic prosperity. Fifth principle, short-term interest rates are the predominant tool to achieve the dual mandate. Unconventional policies to spur economic activity may suit genuine crises, of which we all have much experience, but they should otherwise be used sparingly, if at all. Sixth, money matters. I know it's not fashionable these days, but my view is that money has something important to do with monetary policy. We should pay attention to money created by the central bank and money that comes from the banking and financial system. It's true that financial innovations, the subject of this conference, and other factors alter the mechanics that link the monetary base, the velocity of money, and the broader economy. But that is scarcely a reason to ignore the ultimate effects of money on financial conditions and prices. Finally, a quieter Fed, a more purposeful Fed in its communications, is better able to meet its objectives. And we can be held accountable for delivering on our remit, the only true test of our credibility. To borrow a line from General Chuck Yeager, at the moment of truth, there are either reasons or results. So having heard a little bit about AI and general purpose technologies, having heard a little bit about the next policy conjuncture, a little bit on principles, let's turn to the economy today. Given those principles, how do I read the economy? What's really going on outside the window? It's a little ironic, there are no windows in this room, but there are big ones at the Federal Reserve. And we've been using those in my first 100 days, and I expect we're going to continue to use those in the period right ahead of us. Now, you may have read in the July minutes the unanimous view of the FOMC. Labor markets were stable, output solid, but inflation remained too high. A good majority of my colleagues and I thought the wiser course was to await new information in the intermeeting period, especially given possible developments in supply chains, investment flows, and geopolitics, before deciding whether a change in interest rate policy was advisable. And we expressed our joint readiness to act as circumstances require. For my part today, as we sit here, I'm impressed by the overall performance of the economy, which appears to have strengthened. One indicator of strength is how well an economy holds up under stress, how well it holds up under shocks. On that score, both Main Street and Wall Street have been remarkably resilient. Several other observations. Business CapEx is rising rapidly. The 4-quarter change in investment in equipment and intangibles has been around 9%, its highest growth rate since 2021. And more than half of the CapEx growth can likely be ascribed to the build-out related to AI. What about profits? For the firms in the S&P, profits have grown more than 20% over the past year alone. Profit margins are quite elevated relative to history. Overall equity and market volatility, quite low. We're staying keenly focused on market internals, watching performance across sectors. Expectations for both growth in CapEx and corporate earnings are running quite high. I continue to watch the change in the growth rates, the second derivative. The follow-on effects on asset prices, business confidence, consumer incomes and spending are equally important to gauge. Credit spreads on corporate bonds and leveraged loans are near the low end of their historical averages. And issue volumes this year, quite strong. Looking beyond fixed income markets to the banking business. In the July so-called SLOOS survey, banks tell us that standards for C&I loans are on the easier end of their historical ranges. It helps explain their growth that we've seen this year in these loans. In my view, credit and loan markets are showing few signs of policy restraint. Now, certain sectors, like housing and agriculture, are showing strains. But on balance, I would be hard-pressed to describe broad financial conditions as restrictive. Real consumer spending has been healthy despite these shocks, increasing more than 2% over the past 4 quarters. If you combine consumption with the brisk investment we talked about earlier, private domestic financial purchases have also risen. These purchases have increased at a pace of nearly 3% or so far this year. That's a measure that typically carries more signal than GDP. The trend here too, positive. So on the employment side of the Fed's dual mandate, the country's doing well. Labor markets are quite stable. Jobless rate at 4.1% remains low by historical standards. It hasn't changed much. Unemployment claims on a 4-week moving average, an empirically robust real-time indicator, are near their lowest level in decades. In my view, the relatively low turnover in today's labor market is partly a result of the significant rematching between employers and employees that happened in the post-pandemic environment. But when labor supply is barely growing, monthly job gains are naturally going to run low. There are always areas of concerns in the labor market. For example, among recent graduates. In general, though, people who want to work, by and large, are holding or finding jobs. They may well be concerned about future labor disruptions, but as of now, I believe the labor markets are broadly consistent with full employment. But on the price stability side of our mandate, the numbers are more concerning. The Fed's preferred measure of inflation, the one I talked about earlier, the 12-month change in the PC price index stands at 3.7%. The 6-month change a little above 4. The comparable measures from the CPI index are also elevated, as are core measures both of PCE and CPI inflation. None of these measures are perfect, but they all tell a similar story. Inflation is running above our 2% target. So the Fed's predominant focus right now should be on prices. So what's our job? The job for policymakers is to capture underlying trend inflation. Easier said than done. We want to gauge whether underlying inflation is rising, falling, or seems to be stuck in place. We also want to understand not just the direction of travel, but the speed. Each of these broad inflation measures have fallen significantly from their highs of a few years ago, but progress over the last couple of years has been more modest. And while this summer's PCE and CPI readings were better than expected, they do not tell me that underlying trends have meaningfully improved. The data also show moderate wage growth, but in my view, when tracking underlying inflation, wage growth has not proven a reliable indicator of future inflation for a very long time. So to try to gauge underlying inflation, I want to tell you about a couple things I've always looked to. I find it instructive to disaggregate the 199 individual components of the PC price measure. Over the last 12 months, 54% of goods and services in this basket showed price increases above 3%. This is well below the post-pandemic highs of about 77%, but it remains well above the level of 32% in a couple of the decades that preceded the pandemic. Looking over just the last 6 months, the conclusion is similar. 49% of goods and services in the PC basket showed price increases above 3%. Again, this is well below the post-pandemic highs, but still elevated, quite elevated. The recent rise in overall commodity prices also bears watching. What we need to judge is whether the trends we see indicate upside inflation risks. Now it matters too whether the inflation readings of the past 5 years have seeped into expectations. The good news is that measures of inflation expectations in the medium term, by and large, look stable. And inflation compensation measures from the swaps market send a strong and similar message. Especially in light of recent developments, it's a credit to the Fed as an institution, consistent with the best of the Fed's traditions, that market prices show confidence that we will deliver price stability. And I can assure you, they're right. The thing about market measures of inflation expectations in economic history, I know some economic historians in the audience, is they all tend to look really strong and durable until they don't. These expectations are not pushed around easily, and right now they are very well anchored. But they must be closely minded, and it's the Fed's job to make sure that inflation expectations do not get unanchored. Now there is one signal nobody can miss. The responsibility for 65 months of sustained elevated inflation sits squarely with the central bank, and that's where it belongs. So here is my standard. We must be confident that underlying inflation is moving to our objective, clearly and at sufficient speed. Otherwise, we have work to do. That's our job, that's our mandate, and that's our charge to keep. So I've covered quite a bit of ground in the last 25 minutes or so. Let me see if I can conclude this way. I stand here today committed to a discipline, not a decision. My Fed colleagues and I are hardly the first to hold these positions in a time of great consequence. We are determined to redeem the time by doing our very best work. For those of you that know us, you'll know the following is true. We take our responsibility seriously, with humility and with resolve. We know so much depends on the choices we make. Sound monetary policy helps households and businesses to prosper. When carried out effectively, it broadens and deepens the momentum of our economy and helps to secure America's leadership in the world. And I know that our country needs us to think carefully and act wisely, perhaps now more than ever. It's a tremendous honor to serve once again at the Federal Reserve. I'm truly grateful for the encouragement, good counsel, and the warm reception I've received in my first 100 days from my colleagues. I'm also honored and grateful for the views that I've gotten, solicited and unsolicited, from so many of you in this room. For that, and for your kind attention this morning, I say thank you. Let's get on with the rest of the program.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for getting the conversation going. Could our first set of panelists come up to the stage? So Kevin, thank you.
And there we have it. There we have it, legends. So, how are we looking here? How are we looking? As you know, I am in some trades. The Bitcoin short that I took last night in the community, guys, is looking really, really good. I'm going to move my stop loss, my stop loss has been moved to break even. There's no more risk on this trade. If you want to see how I've been personally trading this market, remember that you do have the first link in the description down below, guys. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. It's not a monthly membership or anything like that. It's where I share all of my own trades. And the way it works is you trade with your own capital. If you're already signed up on Kraken, for example, you can keep that existing account and you trade on there as you normally have been doing. That was an interesting speech. A lot of people will say a lot of nothing. And there's a case to be made that he's basically just repeating himself. I thought that it would actually be a little bit longer than that. We've only been live for just under 2 hours at this point. And honestly, I don't think it gave us that much more insight than we had going into the meeting. The real interesting thing here would be to see if we do see an increase in probabilities of rate hikes, rate cuts. Let's see. Let me just refresh this page. This is the CME Group's website. It'd be very helpful if this could load. Like, genuinely, guys. Nothing. It's not popping up. For some reason, the odds of the Clarity Act going into law also continuously dropped. I don't think we got that much insight, legends. I really don't. Price is now sweeping a significant low. Could this be an interesting scalp longing opportunity? The answer is yes, if we can hold above these lows. But let's see, we still have 1.5 hours until the 4-hour close on Bitcoin. So if you're bullish here, you would like to see Bitcoin hold above this pivot. But it's now been a couple of consecutive hours where we've dropped below the downtrending anchored VWAP from the all-time high. And usually when price does this, there are no certainties as always, but usually when price does this, it does experience more significant drawdown. Now, yesterday, we had our first daily close above the level, and today, although the daily candle closes in 9 hours and 30 minutes, we could be having our next daily close below the level. So this doesn't provide that much certainty. All I know is that when price sweeps a previous high and we have tons of longs jumping into the market, As a trader, I have to look at that and I have to say, okay, maybe Bitcoin is breaking out here. However, we are still, technically speaking, in a range. Now, if you don't understand what I'm saying here, I am basically suggesting that until proven otherwise, Bitcoin is range bound between $60,000 and $80,000. And when you're a trader, you try to look at the range extremities as new opportunities to enter positions. It doesn't mean that we cannot push higher, but what it does mean is for this to be broken, you want to see Bitcoin start getting weekly closes above $82,800, above the previous local high, and above the 50-week simple moving average. Every single time in history that Bitcoin has had those strong weekly closes above the 50-week simple moving average in bear markets, it has suggested that the bearish trend is over. So I'm going to keep my eyes on that. Until then, I look for shorts at the top of the range. I couldn't make it any simpler. This isn't piling into positions without proper risk management. No, it's looking for opportunities to short the potential top of an existing range. And that's it. When we were at the lows, we looked for a long at the lows. And that's exactly what we did. You can see here that we longed Bitcoin within the community at $58,000. And I've taken a lot of profits from this trade. I wish it was a bigger trade, but it wasn't. And now that we've potentially hit the range highs and we swept yesterday's local high, I took a short in the community. So really, guys, that's what we have to look at. I wish there was more substance in terms of that Jackson Hole speech, but it didn't give us much. We really just have to see also how the stock market ultimately reacts on the higher time frames here. The dollar kind of just trending up this week looks very similar to the stablecoin dominance chart that we discussed earlier in the live stream. Stock market looks fine. Really, guys, look at this is the weekly time frame. The stock market looks absolutely fine, guys. Right? Just chugging along. So that's that. I'm going to look for some new opportunities to trade within the community. We're going to keep on extending this live stream today. So if you'd like to stay and watch the rest of the live stream, feel free to do so. But this hasn't provided that much clarity so far. And right now we're sweeping that low at $78,800. Let's see how the 4-hour candle closes. We will most certainly remain on the live stream until then. What are your thoughts? I will open up the comment section now. What are your thoughts on Fed Chair Warsh? What do we think, guys? What do we think? Positive, negative, hawkish, dovish? What do we think? Matsir, you are really good. This has been a great lesson. Awesome. I'm glad you're finding this valuable. Lifer is always too bullish. I would like to see a retest of that zone. 75, 76 could be nice. Hawkish is what we need. We are going up. Stop loss at break even for me on this trade. Stop loss at break even. And now I look for new opportunities. We are at a local fib bounce zone. We are. Nothing about the treasury from Warsh. Correct. Correct. Regarding the treasury, you know, we talked about this in another live stream, but Citadel Securities called the Treasury's expanded bond buyback financial repression, warning this could weaken the dollar and fuel inflation. Besson's strategy aims to suppress long-term yields, potentially using Treasury cash reserves to fund purchases. But Citadel argues that intervention doesn't solve the underlying problem of high deficits and inflationary pressure. It simply shifts stress elsewhere. The firm says lasting relief requires tighter fiscal policy and potentially higher Fed rates. This finally loaded. So before there was lower odds of a rate hike at the next September FOMC. And guys, we will be live streaming the FOMC as well, as we always do on the channel. And in October, there is now a 61% chance that we get rate hikes. So this was a little bit lower prior to this speech. 81% by December. Let's see how this develops. Bitcoin is getting a very, very decent move to the upside here. Now let's see. Still holding up here. Now we're reclaiming the downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time high. Like I said, guys, if Bitcoin wants to hold, it will hold. I am in the short, but that position is protected. Worst case, I look for new opportunities. And that's it. I've already secured profits on the trade. And now we will see. Can the bulls push us up here? Matt, are you out of your short trade? Nino, no, I am not. I entered a new short trade yesterday in the community, guys. You can see here, average entry, $81,278. It was a good zone because we swept the local high. So now I'm gonna sit in this position and see how the price action develops. But right now, the bulls are trying to hold the price up right here. So, you know, I will look for a new opportunity. The bulls need to push us up to 82K. Let's see. Let's do a new poll because we have a lot more people watching the live stream at this point. And guys, remember, if you want to join the community and see how I've been trading this market, it's as simple as DMing me the keyword BTC, Bitcoin's ticker, on Telegram using the first link in the description down below. I would highly recommend you guys join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades in this market, and it's not a paid membership. It's not like $300 a month like these other groups. It's literally just me sharing my own things. But that also comes with a little bit of a caveat because I'm just sharing what I'm doing in the market. So sometimes if I'm not taking any trades in the market, I'm not posting anything. That's why I keep the group in that way, because it allows me to just share what I'm doing and leave it at that. So what were we going to look at here? You know, stocks dump and then right back up. V-shape. Why don't you use the 5-minute time frame? Because why don't I use the 5-minute time frame? As a swing trader, the 5-minute time frame is useless. When it comes to SFPing and scalps, yes, you can use 5-15 minutes, like this trade that I took yesterday in the community. The dollar is going up right now, says Semi. Box Fabio. The entire world is defined by a bunch of synthetic metrics: CPI, PPI, unemployment, GDP, etc. That's the matrix you're living in. Bitcoin is better, embrace it. Michael Saylor. Pretty epic quote, but let's see. Hey Matt, I entered a scalp long at $78,500. You are a real gem, love your TA. Seb, I absolutely love that you're able to execute on a trade like that without me even saying, hey guys, I took a trade. That is one of the best feelings, when what I am teaching you on the channel allows you to trade the market in your own way. This was a good zone. We swept it. Now we have to see if we get acceptance below. And the thing is, if you took that trade, Seb, your stop loss is already at break even because you don't want to risk too much here. So the beauty of this is you're already in a potential trade that could send us higher, or you get stopped out and you don't lose any capital. So let's see what we get here. The 4-hour candle close is in an hour and 15 minutes. That is an interesting 1-hour candle. Lots of choppiness. We're still struggling right now, right at the downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time high. Remember what I said. That downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time high is pivotal for Bitcoin to reclaim. Super, super important, guys. Stocks are coiling up. You want to see price accept above there if you're bullish. Above $79,500. We're $100 below currently. Matt, new poll. New poll. Let's do it, guys. So we swept, we didn't quite sweep this high up here. Bitcoin's kind of just chopping around now. Let's see. New poll. Bro, ETH is holding really strong. It's exceeding my expectations. Yeah, ETH is holding strong. Legends, we are at resistance. OG Grinder, I don't know if you're trolling because you've been a notorious troll on the channel, but if you flipped a corner, my man, welcome. Welcome to the community. Don't you just use 4 hours for your swing trades? Delisted gaming, yes, I like to look at the 4-hour chart mainly for my swing trades, but it also includes higher time frame context, like the 1 day, like the 1 week, etc. Amar, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Matt, did you not hear Kevin Warsh start off the live speech mentioning 2 mountain hikes? Yeah, I heard that, but I don't know if he's just trolling. Guys, If you're spamming all caps, it won't go through. My bot blocks all caps. ETH is holding strong. Does that mean Bitcoin should push higher? Divi, I don't understand your question. That doesn't really make sense. How is the liquidity looking? Are we getting tons of shorts jumping in? Did we see, open interest is dropping pretty significantly here. On this move up, we had longs jumping in. Lots of shorts entered on the move down. No bueno. We are in no man's land. Bulls really want to reclaim $79,500. That is the key zone. There is a lot of upside local liquidity, legends. The only thing to consider, though... Wow. Most of the local liquidity is below 60,000. Not local. Most of the liquidity on the higher time frames is below 60,000. Let's see. No, the bot isn't dumb, my man. Your message was literally all in caps. Just because you put a 0 doesn't mean it gets through. It was in caps, man. Like, what a silly thing to say. I opened, close and get a new one at 80K. Why would I close? I'm not gonna close this short, guys. I entered last night in the community. And if you want to see how I've been trading this market as a swing trader, although this one was more of an SFP strategy. If you don't know, SFP means swing failure pattern. So you break above a high. I'll show you again. You break above a high, and then you get acceptance back below. So if we go on the 4-hour, Bitcoin basically swept this previous high, went right above it. I entered. We came right back down. So let's see. There's a lot of noise on the lower time frames here, guys. So we just need to be careful. Tyrone says, the 0 wasn't in caps though. You just lost a sub, numbskull. Tyrone, my man, if there's one thing about me, I appreciate all of the community members, but genuinely, if you think that I'm going to stress over you unsubbing, I mean, it's not gonna happen. So feel free to leave, my man. Let's see. Let's see if Bitcoin can reclaim that downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time high. Stocks are pushing up here. Check this out. Bitcoin analyst, yeah, he does like his task forces. I mean, guys, if stocks keep going with Bitcoin's recent strength, you would expect Bitcoin to be able to push higher, right? You would expect it to happen. Strong feeling, Matt. Weekend pump, says Nino. I can't say at this point, Legends, that I am overly eager to enter a new trade here. You know, like, this could be a local top at $81,400. And we got a very, very good entry. So I've taken profits from this trade, right? I've taken profits from this trade. My stop loss is at break even. And I'm going to wait and see. $85K is coming, says Quirk Text. What do we think, guys? What is next? 85K or 75K? What is the net? Oops. All right, Bitcoin trying to do the reclaim. I know you are strictly technical, but aren't you scared of Besant's trillions? Guys, I'm never scared. I don't know why that language is used. Scared? Guys, if I get stopped out and I take a couple of losses, then so be it. And I move on to the next trade. If we do confirm above the highs because of Besant's trillions, and then we get a lower retest, I simply go long, right? I have to wait for the trend to change for me to be more comfortable telling you guys, and from my own trading perspective, taking on a bunch of longs in the market. I have my long from the lows. I don't have anything else. I have my spot Bitcoin and that's it. But from a trading perspective, again, because we're at the top of the range, I look for shorts. And that's all there is to it. You can disagree with me and there's nothing wrong with that, right? But to say, like, aren't you scared? I mean, scared of what? Scared of losing a little bit of capital? I've made enough money on the way down in this bear market where it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Now, am I happy to lose trades? Obviously not. But trading only works if you understand the risk that you're taking. And if you're not comfortable with the risk and you treat it as gambling, that's when you get absolutely smoked. I was watching for many months. I love your video. Respect, man, from India. Aman, thanks, my man. I appreciate you. Ayo Matsir, good choice of music. Care to share the name? I'll share. One sec. I'll share it in the chat. This one is not mine. It's non-copyright. YouTube music. Hi Matt, can you explain please? When I look at Bitcoin heat map, it says more liquidity to the upside on the next 12-hour and 48-hour, but when I do 3-day or a week or more, it's to the downside. So guys, first and foremost, when you look at liquidity, and we'll use this map, when you look at liquidity, just because there is more liquidity in one direction, it doesn't mean it has to grab the liquidity. There are no guarantees. I just use this as confluence. If I see that there's a lot of liquidity in one direction, it's not like, okay, I go long. Like that is a foolish way to trade. You have to trade the structure first. Now, the reason why on the 1 day and maybe the 7 day, on the 1 day and the 3 day, I think you're probably looking at this map over here. But like on the 24 hours, you can see more liquidity to the upside than to the downside is because more locally, so lower time frame, there is more liquidity to the upside, more locally. But the more you zoom out, the more you can see that a lot of people have jumped into longs. So the thing is, that's why I'm open to the idea of us pushing even higher before potentially getting rejected. Because we have this local cluster here at, especially right above $82,400. This cluster here is interesting. So there's a difference between local liquidity and then liquidity on the higher time frame. I hope that answered your question, man. Bitcoin is pumping now. This is what I'm saying. Acceptance above here looks good. Still looks like it wants to go, guys. If the 4-hour closes like this, it looks like it wants to go higher again. Trula, you are correct in saying that my spot portfolio is larger than my trading portfolio. You are correct in saying that. So if Bitcoin does go up, well, I do stand to benefit. This is a fight. The fight of the downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time highs. Check it out. We're trying. We are trying to break above it. But so far, it's just hovering right at the level. We had closes below, a close back above. Now we're currently below. We are trying our best, legends. Swept these highs on the lower time frames, guys. A little bit of no man's land today. Yeah, nice tune, but not every day. Yeah, guys, I need to find some more tunes. That's for sure. You want some pizza, Matt? I would love some pizza right now, yeah. What do you think about Sol? Guys, whatever happens with Ethereum, Solana, other cryptocurrencies is based on Bitcoin. If Bitcoin consolidates here, and I would imagine it would be better if Bitcoin consolidates above 80K, then alts will likely see another push up. If Bitcoin pukes, alts can dump even further. If Bitcoin pumps, strong alts will likely pump more. Yeah, see, another note, one moment. Minimal Space Lab, are you on a trade, Matt? Legends, I am on a trade. Last night when Bitcoin swept its local high, when we had the move up, in my community I posted that I was going to take a short. I took the short and it ended up, for now, being the potential local top here. So you can see here I've entered the short at 81,278 and I posted in the community as well. Guys, it would be absolutely epic if this was the top and this was the bottom. Then I have a long from the lows and a short from the top. But for now, I simply sit on my hands with that trade. I posted this in the community, guys. If you want to join and see how I've been trading this market, remember that you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. So if you want to see what I'm doing, guys, you know where to find me. The way it works is you have to sign up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you start trading on there as you normally do. If you're already trading on BTCC or Kraken, you get to keep your existing account and you don't have to create a new account. The other ones, if you want to join using these, unfortunately, you do need to create a new account, but we have some of the best bonuses in the industry. And then this gives you access to the community. Just DM me that keyword BTC on Telegram. So click this first link. You'll see this. Send message BTC. We're still right at that level, guys. Big fan, brother. What's up, Matt? Matt's here. Please make a Discord. Ada Love says, "Oh, are you leaving now?" No, I am not leaving. What makes you say I'm leaving? I was just promoting the community, guys. Guys, 79,500 is very important. Very, very important. Quick note though, we've been at it for just over 2.5 hours. If you don't mind, I do need to use the washroom. So you know what happens when I use the washroom. BRB, I'm also going to be making a new coffee. How are we doing? Monthly candle. How are we doing? Four-hour candle. Do we get bought up here? Danielle, good morning, Mathieu. Good morning to you. I guess it's still morning here. Crypto Man says crash will start in September. Cody Turner, just DM me on Telegram, my man, and we can sort that out. Hey, Matt, much love from Australia. Rico from Australia. I've never been to Australia. Price is trying to climb up here, guys. It's not giving up without a fight. This is the zone. Matt, are you willing to hold BNB in your port? Maybe. Honestly, BNB, like it holds up well. It does. I'll keep you guys updated. The Kraken account under you probably made 90% of my account in profits in less than a week being part of your group. The confluence of what you teach plus mine works well. Guys, I have to highlight this comment. I have to highlight this comment. If you are someone that is able to think for yourself and see if my analysis matches with your own, and you're looking to see how I've been trading the market, but you're able to make your own decisions, I would highly recommend that you join the group. Highly, highly recommend. Because people that can think for themselves ultimately become better traders. And I mean, there's not much else to say. Like genuinely, legends, genuinely, people that think for themselves and that are in my group tend to be my most profitable traders in the group. It's no surprise. I've taken a couple losses and there's a lot of members that have simply said, oh, I'm not going to take these trades. If you're able to think for yourself, especially, I would highly recommend you join if you haven't already, guys. And you can join with Kraken, because Kraken allows us to do what we call referral transfers, meaning you don't need to create a new account. You can keep, if you've been trading on Kraken for years, you can keep your account and we can sort it out and add you to the group. BTC, ETH, and Tau are all long-term holds for me. BNB too, I just did not hold any. Trula, I don't want to play Minecraft music, my man. Fat Elvis. Fat Elvis, copying only will cause panic, can't steal conviction. Exactly. Hey Matt, do a chart inversion with Alt plus I. Do we see anything interesting? I know what you're gonna say. On the 15-minute time frame, let's go on the daily. This is, guys, this is, and actually, you know what? Thank you. I need to thank you for recommending this, right? Really enjoy your live streams. Thanks. Thanks, mate. Nadia, my pleasure. Thank you for recommending this, guys, because this, to me, legends, is still, look. I inversed the chart here. Does this chart to you look bullish or bearish? Does this chart look bullish or bearish? Honest question. For now, until we break these lows, this looks bullish because there's a chance before breaking out. So, sounds crazy, right? I actually think it's one of the best things you can do. So thank you for bringing that up. When you inverse the chart, it paints a different picture. Does this look bullish or bearish? Right? If, like I said, if Bitcoin moves down here, this would make this chart very bearish, which we do the reverse. That's the confirmation of the bull market. It's as simple as that. I think it helps put things in perspective, to be honest. Again, thank you for recommending that. I think it's excellent. Which is also why at the top of a range, how many times have you heard me say, I look for shorts at the top of the range. I look for longs at the bottom of the range. If we break out of the range, on a retest downwards, I look for longs. That's it. That's literally it. So until we break the range, the weekly time frame, with confidence, I'm not willing to pivot my stance quite yet. I think it's, like, genuinely, guys, I think it's a good thing to do to test your view of the market. Just reverse the chart. What do you see? That is a nice iced coffee. Hey Matt, look at the 4-hour Bitcoin chart. It's making a bull flag pattern. Zoom out. I could be wrong here, guys, but don't bull flags usually look something like this? Not like this. To me, you know what this looks like to me, guys? With volume decreasing here. You know what this looks like to me? It looks like this. These are just my thoughts. You can agree with me if you want. But genuinely, legends, in the bear market, and we've talked about this before on the channel, but I'll give you a quick recap. In the bear market, what usually happens with Bitcoin is we form higher lows and higher highs, and then we get the next aggressive move to the downside. So like, see this? Chop, 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 staircase up, elevator down. Down. Now this is interesting because this is a little bit different. I will admit this is a change in structure. But in bull markets, what actually happens is price does this, which this is what's very, very important to note. See this? Price is forming lower lows and lower highs. This to me is a bull flag. This bull flag lasted forever. And then we had an explosive move to the upside. In bear markets, it's the opposite. It's downwards, and it goes like this. Guys, there are no certainties in this market, right? There are no certainties in this market. But the patterns are very clear. The patterns are very clear. So it doesn't look like a bull flag to me. Can we push higher? Yep, there's a possibility we push higher. Of course there is. But you guys are rightfully pointing out the monthly candle on Bitcoin. That's a pretty insane monthly candle. Maybe we push up. What do we think? Are we just going to range around here for the rest of the live stream? How are we going to proceed here? Chop, chop, chop. Ada Love says, Benjamin Cowan said Bitcoin would sell off soon. Did he? I mean, I agree with the higher time frame analysis still, guys. We need to break the structure. If we don't break the structure, I'm not pivoting my stance. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's just what it is, right? I took a long from the lows, and now I took a short from the potential high. If we break the structure, guys, I'm open. I'm open to changing my stance. 2 days for August to turn red. So far, August has been a very, very bullish month against history. Did the Fed chair talk already, Ernest? Yes, the Fed chair talked. The Fed chair has spoken. If you want to go back to the beginning of the live stream, around the 1 hour mark, 1.5 hour mark is when we were covering his speech. Alejandro, I would love to see another historic liquidation event while you're live, to the downside, of course. Yeah, I mean, naturally, because I am still net short, I would probably prefer to see that too. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Four-hour close in 20 minutes. Should we be taking any profits here on Bitcoin? I have already sold some spot Bitcoin between $76,000 and $80,000, and I shared this update in my community as well. Rick Ty, guys, some of you were asking, to make it interesting, you should randomly send $1,000 to 25 lucky listeners. While I would love to do that, I know that giveaways get banned on YouTube. You cannot do that. You put your channel at risk if you do giveaways. Maybe I'll do something like that within the community, but on the YouTube channel itself, unfortunately not. Let's see, guys. 4-hour close below 78.77, 78.877 would not be good for the bulls. If the 4-hour closes like this, it does not look good for the bulls. Rick Ty, I know you're joking, but I actually do want to do some more giveaways. I think it could be fun. Guys, the short is looking really, really nice. We swept the local highs here at 79.7. We're failing to hold above the downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time high. Now let's see. The bulls want to hold here, guys. The bulls want to hold here. Right here. 78.877. When should I go for a short BTC, says 33 Anish. Anish, one, I can't tell you because I'm not a financial advisor. Two, I took a short last night when Bitcoin pumped to $81,300. Within the community, we took that short. I shared it with you guys as soon as I took the short. I understand though it's difficult with SFPs because the price, by the time I post the message, the price literally moved $400 to the downside because it was a strong rejection. Every drop has been instantly bought up. You are giving away trading opportunity, that's something. All right, guys, 15-minute candle close is coming in here. 30 seconds. Let's see. That was a strong push to the downside. Now let's see if we can hold. Can the bulls hold here? Matt, could you decrease the spamming on Telegram? Oh, sorry, man. My apologies. Let's see, legends. Let's see. Let's see. Bulls want to hold 78. 877. We're gonna pop above it. Alejandro said, "What spamming? What? There is none. I think we're joking." Bounce incoming. Home acai. Stocks are also dumping. The burnt sneakerhead said, "Bro, you just said bulls are trying to hold 79.5. Now it's 78.8. Yeah, well, 79.5 is the downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time highs, and that's already been breached. You can see, look, Guys, this is no joke. When you get these kinds of wicks to the upside and you fail to reclaim the level, 79.5 is pivotal, right? But locally here, you have this prior wick. So I'd be looking at this for a potential sweep if the bulls want to hold on to this. But most importantly, it's the downtrending anchored VWAP. Like right now, I'm strictly saying the bulls want to hold on to this if there's going to be a chance at another crack of the $79,500 level. Guys, this light blue line is absolutely pivotal because it is the downtrending anchored VWAP from all-time high. You guys know how much I like these all-time high charts. When you take it from the all-time high, price tends to struggle around that level, and it can provide some pretty epic shorts. It was the same thing for SpaceX, which I discussed at length on a previous live stream. We got rejected multiple times, but you can see here, now this looks a little bit more constructive. But the short entry on this one was right at around here. And you TP at the value area high, which we broke below. Always leave a little bit of a grave bag or moon bag, depending on what position you're in. And see the reaction we got. And we took this anchored VWAP from, you guessed it, the SpaceX all-time high. Ed Martin says, losing the local VWAP. Where are you taking that local VWAP from? Oh, is this one. I presume you're talking about this one over here. That's not the one you're talking about. Which one are you referring to, my man? This one? Yes. Yes. Perfect. This is another reason why this is so important. Guys, the Bitcoin short that we took yesterday it's looking pretty sexy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to jinx anything, but looks pretty damn nice right at the local tops. 8 minutes. What's your TP for the short? So my first TP, as you know, I've already trimmed profits because with these kinds of trades, you get the reaction, you take profits, you move your stop to break even. Now, my TP here is going to be 77,700 because it's this local low. So 77.7 is that first TP. That first main TP, and then the next one is 75.5. This is an SFP short that looks like it could turn into a solid scalp trade, or sorry, swing trade. Matt, it is since ever that I could not that I could not figure out. Your VWAP is different from mine. I think your VWAP is set on standard and mine is high. I live for the shit, not gonna lie. Awesome stream, Matt. Thank you, Metal Helian Zombie. Thank you. Appreciate it. Zia talks, perfect. I took mine already, left a runner. GL, what's a TP? Take profits. What percentage would you take for your first TP? Alejandro, man, I'm probably only gonna, I'd like to keep this position relatively large. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like, especially if we start losing 77.7, I think I will probably just take 20%, maybe 15%. Now, of course, you know, you guys can choose what you do. This is, I mean, if you want to look at it this way, this trade is, because of the SFPs, you get a ridiculous RR. So, you know, I entered literally like here. Stop was here. Like, it's like pretty insane. So you guys know how I've been taking some losses? Well, the RR, I mean, if this trade goes down to 75, I make up for tons of losses. 20 RR. But basically, I want to make sure that this position can still be relatively large. That's what I'm saying. I would really like this position to remain large. I might also, as you guys know, I have another short that's still open. I might actually trim from that position and keep this position. So I can incur a couple of losses on the other position and just manage my funds in that way. Particularly at around the 75K zone, I'd be interested in doing that. USTG dominance about to break off falling wedge, but struggling. Well, I look, guys, I mainly look at stablecoin like together. So USDT and USDC, I know it's basically the same chart, but this looks bullish. We talked about this before. This looks very, very similar to what we're seeing with the dollar. My drawings are just the best, aren't they? It's terrible. Made crazy money with that short. Three minutes until the 4-hour candle closes. Wow, guys. Wow. Guys, the short is looking phenomenal. Let's see if we sweep these lows. Maybe you get a little reaction right here. Wow. Bulls want to hold here. If you're into very, very low time frame scalps, you want to see a reaction from this zone, bulls would want to hold this level as well. There's enough levels for the bulls to want to hold. The bears jumped in right when they needed to at this point. Right when they needed to, at the top, swept the local high. 4-hour candle is closing in 1 minute, and it looks absolutely horrific. Holding, trying to hold. Let's see it. This feels like good dump music. Guys, that was a horrific 4-hour candle. Like, terrible. I mean, terrible if you're longing. Trula. It's dump music. Trula, nice to see you, my man. All right, Matsir, I'm gonna say thanks a lot for the awesome stream. Love you, brother. Trula, my man. I appreciate you, my man, but please do not spam. So yesterday in the community, we took a short at $81,300, a nice SFP short, totally worth it. Moved stop loss to break even, and now we are getting paid handsomely. Wow, guys. You guys wanted me to stream another dump? Well, here we are. We're there for the pumps, we're there for the dumps. Unreal. Unreal. Let's see. Cheeky reclaim maybe? Or is it just going to be straight down? I'm gonna prep, I might TP some soon. Is the trend still intact? The answer is technically yes, guys. I'll do... Guys, everybody's so serious today. What's wrong? Holding up a little bit here. Popping up. Okay. You know what, Legends? It feels good to make money. But we are still technically trying to hold here. Okay. I TP'd some. I TP'd, I'm just gonna share it in the group, but if you're in the group and you're watching me, guys, I just took some more profits from the position here. I took about 15%. Letting the rest ride. Stop loss at break even. Just gonna share this in the group. Legends, if you want to join the group, remember that you do have the first link in the description down below. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. If you're already trading on Kraken, we can transfer you under my referral, which basically just means you don't have to create a new trading account. BTCC as well. I'd highly recommend you check it out. It's not a paid membership, guys. You trade with your own money. You decide what you want to do with your own money at the end of the day. It's a group where I share what I do in this market. Last night, we got a very beautiful short entry at $81,300. Pretty damn content with that one. Very dumpy, eh? Let's see if we sweep those lows. Guys, this low is a potential scalp zone as well. Took 50% profits here from last night's Bitcoin short. I'd like to let the rest ride, but... Guys, watch this zone for a potential SFP It's a bit risky here, but right at 77.5. Watch that for a potential SFP. TP1 hit. You guys are asking me what my TP was for the Bitcoin shorts. We hit it just now. 77.7 was TP1 from the short that we took last night in the community. It's just Nuke City. This is pretty violent, guys. This is pretty violent to the downside. This is... Guys, did we get the local top? Jeez, man. I want to keep my position pretty big. This is it, guys. We're at a potential inflection point. You want to see a reaction here if you are bullish on Bitcoin. What percentage did you take on the TP? I took 15%. Guys, if you don't get a reaction, you don't take a trade. That's the rule of thumb when it comes to trading. 75.5 is a good one too. Maybe we get a little SFP here. We just swept the lows. Sorry guys, I'm pretty locked in here. I'm pretty locked in here, guys. Now Ethereum. No, ETH I'm still holding, guys. He's taking a trade, he's taking a trade. No, guys, I'm not trying to close. Let's see, guys. I like how price is kind of slowing down here for a potential SFP. But if price doesn't slow down, there's no trade to take. Let's see, let's see, let's see. It feels good to put the scalping hat back on, guys. Bitcoin should, in theory, get a reaction from around this zone. It should. It should. If the market is going to hold up, but this is like, this would be very, very tiny. Do we have some confluence here? Bit of golden pocket action. Bit of golden pocket action, but we must close above. Otherwise, I sit comfy, guys. Come on, Bitcoin. Let's see if we can take a live scalp as well. Yeah, good luck with that. Jeez. All right, long wick. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, so much for, guys, if the price just wants to nuke, it will just nuke. Come on. Are you going to give us the wick or not? The next zone in between. Let's go on the 4-hour, guys. Right around here. 76.6 is where I become interested again. If we close like this, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. GG's. GG's. GG's, my friends. Yeah, no SFP there. We do have a point of control, but we're just ripping right through it. Kali compiler, oh my God, my wife is gonna be so happy. Wow. Wow. Guys, I did not think that we would get such carnage on the stream. I thought maybe we could get a dump after last week's price action, but what is this? What is this, guys? What is this? Dump it, man. Vamos. Now we see. Are we getting a little reaction here? We should get a reaction. Guys, I'm not confident in longing this. I'm sorry. Where did we tap into? This low down here. A little bit of a sweep from 76.8, but I cannot tell you I'm confident in longing here. Sorry, guys. Bit of carnage on the live stream. Man, you sound like bull market is wrecked. Chill. No. There's nothing more that I would want than for Bitcoin to skyrocket. But I think that we are a bit early. Now we see, if we get a good reaction here, there's always a chance that we pop back up. Guys, especially if the bulls want to hold this trend. Holy smokes, we had some shorts jumping in. Holy smokes. Open interest dropping though. Hold in here, guys. Let's see. We had a lot of shorts that jumped in. So naturally you would expect price to climb up a little bit. It's difficult, guys, to justify just immediately entering a long here. If we would have swept 76.6 or 76.7, sorry, then I would have said, okay, it's worth the risk. Now we could see some potential buying pressure here. Share win the guy. Wish we were in the hype position. Yeah, I got stopped out on hype yesterday, guys. But that's why you manage your risk. right? I have some members that have said they're still in the hype short, but let's see. This is a little bit of no man's land, right? If we reclaim it, then you can make an argument, but bit of no man's land. To be clear on the live stream here, I did not enter a new trade on the live. I am in a short that I took in my community last night at $81,300, the potential local top, but let's see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. If you want to join the community and see how I've been trading the market, remember you do have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join my group. It is a group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It is basically just me telling you what I'm doing in the market, not a paid monthly membership, none of that. You trade with your own capital with any of these exchanges down below. The good news is if you're already trading on Kraken or BTCC, you do not need to create a new account. So you get to keep that same account and you can see what I'm doing in the market. It's not for everyone, but if you'd like to see how I've been operating, you know where to find me. Nice. Crawling on up a little bit. Pushing up, pushing up, pushing up. You guys like this music? Dude, still streaming? Well, guys, when we have this kind of price action, we have to take advantage of it. So yes, I am still streaming. So in the immediate term here, this is the level, 77.6. In my opinion, guys, listen up, because I know some of you did take a long, like when we got this price action, some of you crazy guys. I would be looking for a sweep of here, but we didn't get it. Some of you entered a long. Legends, locally, we are at potential resistance again. So see how this has been holding up? Look at the chart. Yes, always hold a little bit of a runner, but in my opinion, if you took a long from here, which again, to be perfectly clear, I did not take one, but if you did, this zone, 77.7, is a TP zone. For a scalp trade, absolutely it is. Absolutely. So, not financial advice, but this zone literally is a quick TP. Popping right back up. UTOP says, seems bullish to me. Thanks. Legends, if you've enjoyed the stream so far, don't forget to absolutely destroy that like button. There's almost 800 of you watching. We had almost 1,000 when Fed Chair Warsh was talking. Let's do a quick refresh, quick like count. UTOP says, seems bullish. 325 likes. Legends, if you can, I would really appreciate you destroy that like button. I used to always ask for likes, but I feel like I just shouldn't. But when I did, it worked because we've gotten over 1,000 likes on a stream before. Bit of local resistance here, guys. Important for the bulls to reclaim 777. Or actually, one could argue it's just these two levels here. Whew. We did a lot of live streaming this week, legends. And here. So right now we're in this zone. Lose 775, we likely retest lower. Andrew, would 75.5 be the next point where we could potentially long? In my opinion, yes. In my opinion, yes. If we reclaim here, there's a case to be made that you can actually enter a small position. But I would look for 76.6, or sorry, 76.7 and 75.5. That's from a scalping perspective. And no, this isn't a celebratory beer, it's an energy drink. Now this is interesting. We need to either push up. Let's see, how is CVD looking? We had some longs jumping in, but it's nothing crazy. This is the zone. ETH is holding up pretty well. Could get another bounce. Guys, I'm in an ETH short from like up here as well. One moment. I'm just gonna update the community. Let's see. I would like to see ETH break this zone. 2429. Fifteen-minute close in 5. Alts are holding. ETH is holding its anchored VWAP from the June 6th low. Is that so? June 6th low. ETH is holding its anchored VWAP from the June 6th low. I mean, bro, on the daily? Guys, my man, yeah, I guess you could say it's holding it. It just needs to drop 22% to confirm whether or not it's holding it. I need some food. So 15-minute close, if it closes like this looks decent. Then what you want to see here, if you're attempting a long, is you'd like to see the hourly also close above these levels. So above 77.7, which is $100 lower. We are getting some buying here. Matsur, you're the deal, man. Homie, my man. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. Lots of views today. Yeah, a lot more views today. I think it's because of the event with Fed Chair Warsh. I like to live stream these events because it also allows me to do longer live streams without burning myself out. Because half the time he's just talking. Although to be fair, his event was pretty damn short. Please make a short summary. I just joined your live stream now. Okay, so the summary is, late last night, Bitcoin had a very interesting move. And what we did here is we basically swept the previous high. In the community, I took a short right at the point that we swept the previous high. Very, very happy with how this plays out, obviously. I've taken profits live on the stream as well. And because we swept that high, there is always a chance that this was the rejection if Bitcoin doesn't hold here. Now, there is a case to be made for the bulls. If Bitcoin can hold above this zone, it does suggest that we can still see another bounce. But I was always looking for a potential dump at the top of this range. And if the daily candle closes like below 775, then it would suggest that there could be more drawdown to come. Now, as far as trading goes, I am in an Ethereum short, I am in a Bitcoin short, I am in a Bitcoin long from the lows, and my chart on weeks looks pretty ridiculous. If we look at the 1 day, guys, like you could see, whoops, it'd be pretty damn epic if I had a short from the highs and a long from the lows. Now, I've already taken a lot of profits from the long, and I shared this in the community. But now we have to see. There could still be some nasty wicks to the upside. It's still possible. So my stop loss is at break even on the Bitcoin short that I took last night in the community. But if Bitcoin can reclaim 77.7, there's always a chance, guys, that we get another push up here. You see the reaction that we got, right? It's not just perma bear. We need to see if we reclaim this, there's a chance that we pop up again, perhaps testing that VWAP from the lows at 75.5. But right now, on the stream, I was looking to enter a scalp long. Unfortunately, I did not enter the scalp long because the price was just so aggressive to the downside. And I was looking at a sweep of 76.6 and we went to 76.8. So it wasn't a long trigger for me. So now I'm sitting on my hands with the active trades that I have open. The Burnt Sneakerhead says, you gotta keep it up with the live streams 3 to 4 times a week. These are pivotal times. Guys, my summer schedule is live streams 3 to 4 times per week. Normally on Fridays, I will do a video update, but if we have a big event, I'm live streaming on Friday. Now I have to share something with you. You guys are probably going to be unhappy with this, but in the next 2 weeks, starting Monday, I am traveling. I'm traveling Monday into the next Monday as well for the next couple weeks. So it's likely that I will be doing video updates if I cannot find a good place to live stream with good internet connection. So what this means is, if you want to see my movements in the markets, if you want to see if I'm going long, if I'm going short, if there's any crucial updates, that's why I have my Telegram community, guys. When I took these longs, when I took this Bitcoin long at $58,000, I shared it in my community, but I was unfortunately not able to upload on YouTube at the time. And it was very easy to just send a message on Telegram saying, hey guys, I'm going long here. And that ended up being so far the bear market lows. So genuinely, if you want to see what I'm doing in this market outside of the YouTube content, I can't always go live. Just join the community. It's the first link in the description down below, guys. DM me that keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. If you don't want to join, no worries. I'm still going to be giving updates on YouTube, but just warning you, next 2 weeks here, the live stream schedule will be a little bit shaky, but any crucial updates are shared within my community always. Much easier to send out a message on Telegram that I'm doing something, or something has changed, or I'm closing a position, or I'm entering a new position. And then after that, I will likely be back in Dubai, my friends, and the streaming schedule will continue. The Burnt Sneakerhead. The Burnt Sneakerhead says, bro, you stay traveling. Guys, I make money trading this market, right? And at the end of the day, I do the live streams because I enjoy the live streams. I enjoy spending time with you guys. I enjoy looking at the price action. But I do have a life, and I've built my life in a way where I can choose to go live. I can travel, I can do what I want with my time. That's the whole point of trading. It's not to make a gazillion dollars and flex on people. It's literally the time freedom to be able to spend time doing what you want when you want. If I want to do a 24-hour live stream with you guys, I will do a 24-hour live stream with you guys. If I can't live stream for 2 weeks, I won't live stream for 2 weeks. If I'm traveling, if I want to do this, if I want to do that, I will do it, right? Living life on your own terms. Sounds cliche, but genuinely, guys, that's the whole point of this. All right, so Bitcoin is now currently sitting at 77.8. And Shane says, bro, are you from France? My guys, I am from Canada. I was born in Canada. I live in Dubai. You'll forget your terms once you come married. I don't think I will. I don't think I will because I'm putting myself in a position where even when I'm married, I can do what I want with my time, but I just do it with my wife. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe when I'm married, guys, I won't be able to do 24-hour live streams, but hey. What are your VWAP settings? My line is so damn low. My line is so damn low. Where did you take your anchor from, right? I took, this VWAP is taken from the low at 75.5. Very important for Bitcoin to start closing above 77.7. It looks like we want to do it. We have 7 minutes left for the hourly time frame. A lot of selling volume, but it's getting bought up. Pharma Weeb, Matt, if you don't mind answering, at what point did you feel like you saved enough money to start trading full-time? So I talked about this at length. It wasn't, of course, there was an amount of money, but it's also when you have a decent strategy, right? Just because you have money saved up, if you don't actually know how to trade, I mean, you'll just blow through the entirety of that account, right? So you have to have a little bit of a track record in the market outside of the capital that you're saving and or investing. Five minutes and $100. That's what matters. 5 minutes and $100. Now for proper confirmation, I mean, you'd want to see 77.5 getting breached, but right now we are holding above both levels, suggesting that we can hold here. There is some buying pressure at this zone. Gemma Gov says, seriously, do you know how hard it is to find live traders who aren't absolute clowns? I genuinely, guys, I don't watch other traders. The only traders that I talk to on a regular basis are Andy and Devault from Mind Pillar Markets. That's it. I most definitely don't watch live traders, but I chat with these guys often, very often. Let's see, 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes until the hourly close. I don't know, guys. I don't know if Bitcoin will give it to us. Doomy's Crypto says, I love Andy and Devault, especially Devault's way of trading. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would argue that what I did last night, SFP from the highs, within my community, is his way of trading. Because we literally swept the highs, I entered, stop loss to break even, secured profits to pay my fees, and then that's it. So now I get to sit in this position relatively comfy with my stop loss at break even. I updated the community as well and I said, guys, I'm taking some profits from around this zone, and now I just sit on my hands. 3 minutes, trying to hold. Once you're married, that soda is going to be alcohol. You know, legends, I haven't spoken about this too much on stream, right? I haven't spoken about this too much on stream, but I'm interesting. Like some of you guys are asking me, do you go out and party and do stuff like this? The answer is very selectively. So like I either have a crazy night out. I have a crazy night out maybe once every couple of months with friends and we have a great time. But if you're asking me if I'm a regular drinker or a regular partier like every weekend, no. I find it takes away from your focus, but also doing it every few months kind of gives you that release, if you will. So I don't necessarily, for the most part, what I do with my friends is we talk about what we're doing in the market. We talk about potential business endeavors. We exercise, we play sports. That's what I do with my friends. We have dinners together. And every now and then we will have, you know, a crazy night out. But for the most part, guys, I go months and months and months without alcohol quite easily. And without partying for that matter. Just caught up to live. Morning all. Morning. You have to check out Ben Cowan's tweet from 43 minutes ago. What did he say? The thing is, look, Ben Cowan is more of a spot guy, right? I buy spot as well, but I do trade the markets with leverage. He doesn't believe in leverage trading, so we are definitely different in that regard. Ben Cowan. What did he say? Oh my gosh. Could you imagine if we dump? This would be a pretty big dunk, not gonna lie. He's been getting a lot of shit. Zia talks, alcohol is shit. I tend to agree. I'm very well aware of that. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute. Can the Bulls defend this zone? 1 minute. Looks likely. 48 seconds. Looks likely, guys. Matt, so next live is Monday. Will be interesting to see Bitcoin price action there. Guys, what did I just say? I am traveling in the next 2 weeks. So today we do a very good live stream. And if you want to know my updates, I'll post as much as I can for the next couple weeks, but this is a little bit of an off period, guys. Little bit of an off period. All right, so we closed above. We closed above here. We had a lot of longs jumping in, but nothing too crazy. Open interest still kind of coiling down. Imagine we dumped to the lower 70s on stream today. Yeah, I mean, let's see. I can try. I have Legends. Oh, the weekly candle is now flirting with red. I must say, I do have plans in the next 2 hours. We've already been live streaming for 4.5. We're gonna extend it for as long as I can. I'll wait till my the people I have plans with come and drag me out of the live stream. So we'll stay live. We'll stay live for as long as we can today. We will stay live for as long as we can today. It's been very much an eventful Friday, guys. Imagine unicorns flying. Still holding, guys. Let's see. Haven't been on for a while, and I did talk to you about opening your knowledge to other platforms. I appreciate you tremendously for doing so and offering me the ability to follow along from Texas. Brian Joy, my man. I actually have some family in Texas. I hope you people cancel the plan. Live streamings are interesting. Yes, guys, but like I said, I build my, how do you say it? I build my trading and my live streaming endeavors around my life, not the other way around. Broke out of the uptrending channel and So far on the short that we took within the community, from literally here, we have captured just like a 5% move on Bitcoin. Now let's see if we get a bounce from this zone. This would be a very logical zone for a bounce. It was a logical zone to take profits from my short. That's what I did. The signs were there on the live stream for a rejection. When we swept this high, that was a good SFP zone actually. Easier to say in hindsight, I know. Well, we got the Pico top. Best live streamer, bro. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Bro, salute, you do trading as an exact science. What subject have you covered at school varsity, if I may ask? Guys, I've said this before on stream. I don't think that what I did in school has any has added that much value to what I bring to you guys. I did business in school, but genuinely, I used uni as a great time to meet friends and to have fun. I played on the varsity football team. For those of you that are North American, soccer, and I thoroughly enjoyed university. Right. I ran a little business on the side as well. But aside from that, I can't say that school has contributed to me being good at trading. I can't say that with confidence. I had a great time at school though. Great experience to meet friends, and even after this 4-hour candle closing, I remember you saying this is horrible for the bulls, and boom, Bitcoin melted. Yeah. In Montreal, no. Guys, I'm not from Montreal. Let's see. There's still 3 hours until the next 4-hour candle close, and to put it simply, guys, if you're bullish on Bitcoin, you would like to see us close above here, 77.5. As long as we close above there, looks okay. We can continue to see buying pressure, right? After so many years, I found a very informative channel. Love from India. Awesome, my man. Whew. Alts are kind of holding. They are kind of holding here, guys. And it makes sense because Bitcoin is holding. So keep your eyes out for this. If we keep on getting closes above 77.7, I would suspect that a reasonable target could be up to 78.3. This is very much lower time frame, but that's what I'd be looking for. Unless we start rolling over here. You know, 2 closes above, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Bro, you have one of the very best live streams on YouTube for traders. Thank you very much, Bimmer. Bimmer 100 Tim C. I appreciate you, my man. I appreciate all of you. Can you check the ETH chart? So Ethereum looks like this. On the daily, it looks like we could be topping out, similar to what we saw here, but it takes a while, right? It takes a while for these things to materialize. You would want to see us get closes below, if you're bearish, 2422. If you're bullish, all you need to ask for is for ETH to hold up above here. Maybe we end up consolidating. Because the thing is, it's going to be like the only thing that really matters, in my opinion, is Bitcoin. Is it possible to close August red? It is very, very, very unlikely. What are we at now? What does it say? Still 26%? I highly doubt we close red. Still holding though. You are a blessing to many confused traders. I've made money through all of these and your live videos, watching you from Nigeria. My man, I have never been to Nigeria. Absolutely awesome. Champlu. Champlu, yeah man, I love your approach to trading. Your streams are no fluff, no BS, straight shooting. Appreciate what you do, brother. Thanks, man. I appreciate you as well. I've seen you comment a couple times, so I do appreciate the support. Is now a good time to add to my ETH short? I would say no, because if Bitcoin holds up here, ETH can hold up as well. Not financial advice. And remember, I know a lot of you know this already, but I have to leave this up on the screen. Nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. Sorry, I just read a message coming in. Nothing I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. I am just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. You have to make your own decisions in this market. I just try to educate you through what I am personally doing. But remember, you control your own capital. And that's how my group works as well. You trade with your own capital. We're holding up here. I only trade options. And still I like your live. Thanks, my man. Bitcoin is holding up, legends. Bitcoin is trying its best to hold up. 1 hour close, back above. This next hour close, important. But the most important close, the 4 hour and the daily. If this just starts getting bought up here, there's a case to be made that we can still hang around these highs. I don't want to make it seem like we cannot move higher from here, because it is totally possible. You have to understand both sides of trading. We took a nice short in the community from up here, but just understand that strong bearish confirmation would be a close below 77.5. Otherwise, Bitcoin seems to be chilling. Just say hi to Shanky. Hello, Shanky. Damn, BlackRock is buying 3K Bitcoin plus. Crazy. Ganesh, where are you seeing that BlackRock is buying? Matt, I need to ask you a very TA question. If we're to dump, we might sweep the highs again. But do you think we might sweep all the way up the local highs? Yes, there's a possibility, guys. There's always a chance that we can sweep the local highs again. Gemma Gov says, I really don't pay attention to closes lower than the 4 hours. And the answer is, you can tell, guys, we've been live for a little too long. From a swing trading perspective, Gemma Gov, yeah, there's no need for you to pay attention to the 15-minute, the 1 hour, the 5-minute. None. None. Two, 1, 2, 3. 3 15-minute closes above 77.7. This looks like it can move up. Were you a midfielder? Yes, absolutely. $78K. If the bulls want to hold, it would be from here, guys. Because the next area of interest is 75.5. If the bulls want to hold, it's from here. So where Ganesh and Naz1MK, tell me, my friends, where are you seeing that BlackRock is buying? We'll pull it up for everyone to see. Is BlackRock buying? Is it BlackRock or is it the ETFs? Was it just everyone digesting Warsh as hawkish? Yeah, it appears so. ETF BlackRock on Arkham. Okay. Matsir, the short at 81.3k was a swing or a scalp attempt? Well, it could be a scalp that turns into a swing, right? Every dip is for buying, my friends. Whoa, ba 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 da ba ba boo, ba 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 da ba ba boo. Legends. One moment. Chop, 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 chop. How will you manage your swing Bitcoin short from here as you have an SFP short on Bitcoin as well? So my plan is, if Bitcoin hits 75, I'll probably trim that one. And I'll also take some more profits from the short that we took within the community last night at 81.3. I'm more annoyed about how I played, the big short, because that one I unfortunately added to my position too soon. And that's something that I have to learn from. Gregor, I am looking at the 5 minutes, seems to be forming a bottom. $77.7. We are I can't say comfy in the shorts because of my other one, but we are shorting the markets for now. Remember the confirmation. If Bitcoin gets a bounce here, it could be an interesting bounce to look for a short, genuinely. But this is a zone that the bulls want to hold. Right around here. 77.5 to 77.7. Okay, guys, I have to share this. Benjamin Cowan just posted this. Benjamin Cowan. This is pretty funny. Gulf of America, and President Trump also just signed an executive order calling Lake Ontario Lake America. What if that marks a local top in the market? Anyways, I know a lot of you follow me because I've been bearish in this bear market, but I promise you that I will change. Overall, legends, if you take a look at the higher time frame for Bitcoin, the trend has not changed yet. And you know that it is my duty on this channel to try to keep things as simple as possible for you as traders. And some of you might say, well, no, you want to look at all the complexities. And while I do have a very good understanding of the complexities of this market, I try my best to take these complexities and simplify it. And the only thing that I can really say to simplify this chart is on the higher time frames, while Bitcoin has had a very nice move to the upside, we need to have acceptance above the local high. Otherwise, the bearish market structure is technically speaking still intact. Lower lows and lower highs. I took a long from these lows. A reminder, guys, I'm not a perma bear. I took a long from the lows at $58,000 live shared in the community. We took a short from the high here as well, $81,300 yesterday. This local high. Can we sweep it again? Absolutely, there's a possibility. But until the overall market structure shifts on the higher time frames, I cannot help but look for shorts at the top of a potential range and longs at the bottom of a potential range. Maybe we don't go that much lower. Maybe we do something like this. And this was a fake out and we drop lower. But right now, what I can say is this appears like a range, a 60 to 80K range on Bitcoin. That's what I think I'm looking at here. That's what I think I'm looking at. Maybe some violent wicks up, maybe some more wicks to come. But I see this as a range. As a trader, I will trade it accordingly. I see this as a range. So if I manage to have caught the top in the community, I mean, absolutely awesome. But Devolt the legend, Devolt my man, did you get that SFP short? Check it out, Devolt. You'll be happy to know that we swept the highs, took the short. Who am I kidding? Of course you're probably in a cheeky short. Of course. It looks like the biggest bullish candle in Bitcoin history. It's possible, guys. It's totally possible. But right now, if we look at the range that I just established on the 1-day time frame, I mean, we have a short from the highs and we have a long from the lows. There's not much more. You were sleeping. No. Well, I'll do you one better, Devolt. When you and Andy picked up the first short, this one up here, I know you guys entered this one. I was so annoyed because I saw, shit, the guy's got the short and I was not in a short from here. So let's see, maybe we get one more move towards the highs. We're below a lot of important levels currently, but potential cheeky price action here. 4 hour looks like this. Perhaps we just swept up these lows. I'm keeping a very, very close eye at these levels. I closed my epic long this morning. We officially got divorced. My man. Yeah, I'm still holding my long from the lows, but it's a far smaller position than what I would have wanted it to. I think that this rally caught a lot of people off guard, myself included. I was positioned for it, but not in the way that I would have wanted to be positioned for it. I even sold, guys, between 76 up to 80K, I even sold some spot Bitcoin. Because I think that I'll be able to accumulate lower. Matt, do you follow Frankie Candles? You and Frankie fit the trading style I am aiming for. Thank you for all your time live streaming. I don't follow Frankie Candles, but a lot of you guys have made references to him in the chat on the live stream. So, no, I don't follow him. Still holding up well. ETH is, that is. I think we had some longs jumping into this price action, but more shorts. Shorts are interested. Nice track, big dog. Milan Roy. Nice track, big dog, to you too. Yeah. Ethereum's still holding up, guys. I'm in an Ethereum short, but it is holding up relatively well. Sorry, Milan, if you send a message all caps, my bot removes it. Stock market has been trying to sweep a strong low for almost an hour. Bitcoin seems to be following now. Let's see, guys, let's see. Legends, you've probably noticed that in the past 30 minutes, I've been less talkative. I have not entered a new trade here because yesterday last night, right before I went to sleep, took that sweep from the high. We took that low in the community. Entry 81,278. I'm not going to act like I don't take losses because lately I have been taking some losses, but pretty happy with this trade. I've already secured some profits. My stop is basically at break even. And that may be a potential local top, Legends. We've already had $4,000 of price action to the downside, right? 5,000, almost. So I'll keep you updated as the price action develops. I think we're going into a choppy period here. We've had a pretty big move down. Remember, if you're not comfortable with your position in this market, it's always okay to de-risk. And I'm actually going to leave a message in my community about this after the live stream. I hope all of you have an absolutely lovely weekend. We caught such a great move before the weekend. Position protected. Very, very content. Remember, guys, next week and the week after will be a little bit of a tricky live streaming period for me because I am traveling. And if you want the updates, when I enter long, when I enter short, how I change my positions in this market, remember that you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll be able to join. The way it works is you sign up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below and you start trading on there as you'd normally do. We have lots of options. If you're already trading on BTCC or Kraken, we can link to my referral, which basically just means you don't need to create a new account. You get to keep your existing account. And the other exchanges require you to make a new account, but we have some of the best bonuses in the industry. I don't really promote exchanges that I don't use. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. It was a kick-ass live stream. Very nice price action to the downside. Keep your eyes on this level here, locally at least. 77,500 and 77,700, which is where we're currently at. Check this out. Right here. This zone is crucial for the bulls to hold if we are going to see another push to the upside. If you enjoyed it, smash the like button, subscribe, turn on the post notification bell. It really helps grow the channel. I hope everyone has an absolutely phenomenal weekend. and I'll see you in the next video.